ఇది అంటారా?
एडिट नहीं रे पेपर पे लिखो बहुत रहता
नहीं 26 19
28 1985
that is okay I saved it in the note 28
టైప్ చేయడానికి ఇక్కడ వర్డ్ డాక్యుమెంట్లో వస్తుంది.
it's okay మళ్ళీ ఇదేమైనా
అందుకే నెట్ కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంది, అందులో ఓపెన్ చేస్తే వస్తుంది ఎడిటింగ్ ఆప్షన్ అని.
చెప్పు అది पेपर हाँ
स्क्रीन शॉट एक कॉपी करके भेज दो क्या आपको फ़ोन में? స్క్రీన్ షాట్ అంటే మళ్ళీ అందులో వర్డింగ్ చేంజ్ అని. సో బిఫోర్ వి కమెంట్స్ कहाँ से लिया मैडम, कहाँ से लिया ये? एक्स्ट्रा इधर
before we start the event
and before we proceed అని అందామా లేకపోతే before we start the event అందామా?
before we proceed further
So before we proceed further ఎక్కడ పోయిందా ఇది? Let's watch an opening montage. Let's watch an opening montage that showcases our milestones and achievements. That's it కదా. ఇది లాస్ట్ టైమే మనకి వెళ్ళి
for achievements and milestones
లేదు మైల్ స్టోన్స్ అండ్ అచీవ్మెంట్స్.
pages చూసారా అని అడుగుతున్నారు నాకు.
పేజెస్ చూసాము, వస్తుంది. ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసుకున్నాక చెప్తారు ఏమి చెప్తారంటే, సో బిఫోర్ వి ప్రొసీడ్ ఫర్దర్ లెట్స్ వాచ్ an opening montage that showcases our milestones and achievements. అన్నప్పుడు నా వీడియో ప్లే చేయాలి ఓపెనింగ్ montage. ఒకటి వస్తుంది ప్లే చేయమంటారు లేదా కన్ఫర్మ్.
Safety pin is there. वो उड़ रहा है मेरा पल्लू.
I can hold it. ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్స్ ఉన్నారా? ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్
స్టేజ్ కమిటీ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారా? ఒక బయట కనిపిస్తారు క్లిక్ క్యాడెట్స్ వాళ్ళు.
క్లిక్ క్యాడెట్స్ ఉందా?
క్లిక్ క్యాడెట్స్ అక్కడ ఉంది అమ్మాయి.
Click our
ఫోటోగ్రఫీస్ అనేది కాదు ఆయన.
We should look natural. Natural.
I will read this, okay? Because I will in India. Then I will add this.
हाँ, then
Let's watch an opening montage that showcases our milestones and achievements.
after video I'll start.
After video, you will be reading this. Then I will be
Hmm.
again अभी कहाँ घुस सकते हैं इसमें प्रोफाइल्स?
Now it is not possible. क्योंकि अगर पहले भी स्क्रिप्ट कंटिन्यू करें तो उसमें जो है ना प्रोफाइल वो बड़े हैं थोड़े. ये हमने शॉर्ट करके डाला है. पिन पिन सेफ्टी पिन ओके ना. हाँ निकाल दो फिर ऊपर नीचे हो जाएगा पढ़ने में. Incidentally, your saree's color is same.
पूछना ही भूल गई मैं. चलो से पूछना था कि मैडम CEO मैडम if she comes then we have to add her. We should call dynamically. That will be there. Last time also same thing happened. She was initially not there, but she came and sat in the last row suddenly in between. So Dean sir ऐसा सिग्नल किया कि उनको बुलाओ स्टेज पे. तो I invited her. She will tell she will not come. Suddenly sometimes she
To check the event, to check, see how the event is going like that.
forgot to ask this time.
It's 10:05.
Check.
These are all the unchecked and scholars.
Outside participants भी हमारे students भी BTech के भी एक एक class के students they selected to fill the auditorium, but it is not required. This auditorium is small.
is sitting, it will get full
They will
half.
not sit because they will be in works, no?
Hmm.
They cannot sit.
नहीं at valedictory.
Worst case, they will ask us to sit.
Hmm.
If all is not.
Hmm.
Then you can come later.
Patron. Privilege. Two words only.
And lighting. You are reading, no? Lighting करना. Lighting, not
हाँ.
lightning.
Lighting. कितनी हवा आ रही है इधर से डोर ओपन हुआ कि हे भगवान. हाँ.
We were doing that. Then we said time constraint. Now again he's asking, can we do that? Reading while profile while writing.
Sir, you said no, there is time constraint. That's why we
वही
changed.
कल मैं बोली था how he said डॉक्टर मना कर you should take the decision dynamically आधे we'll sit
It is. I think it is time now. Time है अभी. Guest will-
फोन ले लो actually we are అది వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాలి ఇక్కడ ఎవరు ఎందుకంటే మేము ఇక్కడ
like it like this only, no?
Teacher is coming.
Okay. Sound is not. Check, check, check. इनका नाम क्या है? मिथा रेड्डी सर. Okay. Check, check, check. Check, check. Okay. हमें बैचेस पाँच मिनट में आ रहे हैं. लेट है.
कौन दे रहे क्या पता है? Ask volunteer students. बाहर ही लेके आना. Send the student and get to badges.
We should keep our hands like this.
Height is okay, no?
They were practicing Kiramani style.
Hair is fully pressed, I think. No, mine photos में ऐसा. Thank you. Side, left or right?
Left.
Side or left? Okay.
जितना जितना बोले उतना टेंशन हो रहा है.
He said he has to go early, but now he is coming late.
షెడ్యూల్ ఉంది కదా, ఇదే స్కెడ్యూల్.
When this it will start.
Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, and esteemed participants, a very good morning to all. We, Dr. Rashmi Bhale, Assistant Professor,
Dr. Madhuri, Associate Professor, Department of CSE, Anurag University, heartily welcome you all on behalf of the Departments of CSE and Data Science to the inaugural ceremony of the 3rd International Conference on Advances in Computational Intelligence and Informatics, ICACII 2025, in collaboration with Springer. Before we move on, let's watch an opening montage that showcases our milestones and achievements.
This prestigious international conference brings together academicians, researchers, industry experts, and young scholars from across the globe to exchange ideas and explore emerging trends shaping the future of computational intelligence and informatics.
As the conference unfolds, we will witness plenary talks, insightful keynote addresses, technical paper presentations, and thought-provoking interactions that reflect the dynamic evolution of computational intelligence in today's digital era.
On behalf of the organizing committee, ICACII 2025 and Anurag University, we extend cordial and hearty welcome to all participants.
It's our pleasure to invite Dr. M. Sridevi, Professor and Head, Department of Data Science and Convener of the conference.
I welcome Dr. G. Balakrishna, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE and Convener of this conference.
It's my privilege to invite the Program Chair, Dr. G. Vishnumurthy, Professor and Dean, Department of CSE, Anurag University.
It's my honor to welcome the General Chair, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Professor and Dean, School of Engineering, Anurag University.
privilege of inviting the patron, Dr. Archana Mantri, Vice Chancellor, Anurag University.
It's my honor to invite the Chief Patron, Dr. Palla Rajeshwar Reddy, Honorable Chairman of Anurag University and Member of the Legislative Assembly, Jangaon Constituency, Telangana.
It's my honor to welcome Dr. C. Raghavendra Rao, Editor, ICACII 2025 Proceedings, and retired Professor, University of Hyderabad.
May I now invite Dr. M. Muthareddy, Dean, Examination and Student Affairs, a distinguished academician and administrator.
I request the audience to rise in spirit and join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to our illustrious chief guests, both exemplars of academic excellence, Professor Deepak Pathak, Emeritus Professor of IIT Bombay and distinguished recipient of the Padma Shri Award, and Professor B.N.S. Prakash Rao, former Director of the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and honored recipient of the Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Award. I request the audience to welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you. I request the audience to please take your seats.
The lighting of the lamp symbolizes the illumination of knowledge and awakening of inspiration. We now invite our esteemed dignitaries to light the lamp and kindle the spirit of the conference. As Mrs. Archvini Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE, renders the prayer song.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्विता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाढ्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आढ्यां जगद्ध्यापिणीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाढ्यान्धकारापहा अस्ले स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरी भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्.
Thank you. Dr. N. Sridevi, with 2 decades of teaching experience, holding a PhD in CSE from JNTU Hyderabad, has published her works in reputed international journals in the areas of information retrieval, recommender systems, data mining, and machine learning. She has been honored with the Best Teacher Award. Now I invite Dr. M. Sridevi, convener of this conference, to deliver the welcome address and set the tone of the conference.
Honorable members on the dais, Dr. Pallarajeshwar Reddy sir, Chairman, Anurag Group, MLA Jangaon Constituency, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Archana Mantri ma'am, respected Mutta Reddy sir, Professor Dean Examinations, General Chair, Dr. V. Vijay Kumar sir, Dean School of Engineering, Program Chair, Dr. G. Vishnumurthy, Dean CSE, Professor C.R. Rao sir, Retired Professor, University of Hyderabad, Editor, ICACII, and today's esteemed guests, Professor Deepak Phatak sir, Professor Emeritus, IIT Bombay, respected Bhagavatula Lakshmi Surya Prakash Rao sir, Professor Emeritus, Indian Statistical Institute, distinguished speakers, delegates, and faculty, a very good morning. As the convener of this significant event, I, Dr. M. Sridevi, HOD, Department of Data Science, honored to welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Advances in Computational Intelligence and Informatics, in collaboration with Springer. Following the remarkable success of the first 2 international conferences, the Department of CSE and Data Science is organizing the 3rd International Conference, ICACII 2025. The conference theme highlights on the recent advancements and challenges in the field of computational intelligence. The scope of the conference is structured into 5 core tracks: artificial intelligence and machine learning, data-centric approaches, IoT, high-performance computing, and computer networks and cybersecurity. I take this opportunity to briefly highlight the growth and quality of this 3rd international conference through key statistics. During the first edition, we received 162 paper submissions with 35 papers accepted, resulting in an acceptance ratio of 21%. In the second edition, submissions increased to 231. The contributors, after seeing the success of previous 2 international conferences, 2019 and 2023, in the current edition, we received an encouraging 362 submissions from researchers across 11 countries, namely USA, Russia, Canada, Mexico, Sri Lanka, and other European countries, and other premier institutions across the country. The papers underwent a thorough review process supported by more than 200 expert reviewers across the globe. A total of 39 contributors have registered across the 6 conference tracks with an acceptance ratio of 11%, highlighting the quality, originality, and relevance of the selected papers. The 3rd International Conference has attracted 8 international research contributions, including 2 contributions from Mexico being presented on campus, reflecting the strong global participation and engagement. Further, to acknowledge and honor outstanding research contributions, the Best Paper Award is identified through a structured evaluation process carried by our experienced session chairs, considering originality, novelty, technical quality, relevance, impact, presentation, and experimental results. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in informative sessions from the eminent plenary speakers, distinguished keynote speakers, insightful discussions among the researchers through track-wise paper presentations, build our network, and make meaningful contributions to our respective fields. We are truly honored by the gracious presence of our chief guests, Professor Deepak Phatak sir and Professor BLS Prakash Rao sir, whose presence added greater value to this academic gathering. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the keynote speakers, session chairs, reviewers, participants, organizing committees, sponsors, and all those who have contributed for this event to happen. As we mark the beginning of this journey, let us collaborate, share our knowledge, and learn from one another. Thank you, and I wish all the delegates a successful conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for delivering an informative welcome address, marking the perfect start to the conference.
Dr. Rajeshwar Reddy, founder of Anurag Group, has been visionary architect of Telangana's educational ecosystem for over 2 decades. A distinguished academician with an MSc and PhD from Osmania University, he began his journey as a faculty member before establishing Anurag Group in 1998. Under his dynamic leadership, the institution evolved as the first private university in Telangana, offering comprehensive courses to over 20,000 students and exemplary contribution to quality learning and societal growth. His commitment to public service led him into politics in 2014, and today he continues to serve as the elected MLA of Jangaon constituency with dedicated and vision. We welcome you to address the gathering, sir.
Good morning. So the dignitaries sitting on the dais, Shri Deepak Pathak ji, the Professor Emeritus, IIT Bombay, and the Padma Shri awardee, and another stalwart, Shri Professor Prakash Rao Garu, Professor Emeritus, ISI, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar awardee, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Archana Mantri ma'am, and Shri Raghavendra Rao Garu, Shri Muttareddy Garu, Vijay Kumar Garu, Vishnumurthy Garu, Balakrishna Garu, Shri Devi Garu, and dignitaries sitting off the dais and faculty and the participants of this conference. Once again, good morning to all of you. So I really a pleasure to welcome the stalwarts in the academic field, Professor Deepak Pathak ji and also Prakash Rao Garu. This small but beautiful, dynamic campus of Anurag University. We are young, but we are into the latest technologies, latest courses, latest curriculum, and latest fields of education, sir. We started our humble beginning in 1998 as a undergraduate college, but we have as a Lalita college, Lalita Degree College. But actually we have started our journey in this place from 2002 onwards, since 2002 as a College of Engineering. Then we have started Pharmacy College, MBA College. All these are integrated into Anurag Group of Institutions in 2010. And also we have got autonomy from UGC, first then from the university. Then in 2020, we became university, sir. Right now, this university has 6 faculties: engineering, management, pharmacy, agriculture sciences, medicine, medical sciences, and also nursing. So we have almost, in this campus, we have 16,000 students pursuing their education, 800 faculty, and equal number of non-teaching in this campus. Right now, this computer science department, before coming to computer science department, our institution, the management, believes in the 3 factors, 3 mantra. The first one, having a best infrastructure on par with the global institutions. The second one, the faculty. We feel that faculty is the backbone of any institution. Third one, environment, an academic environment, learning environment, which helps the students and also faculty to go to next level. So we believed in these 3, and we have been practicing strengthening these 3. Year on year, we have been improving ourselves. We have created some benchmarks in creating infrastructure, in attracting the faculty and retaining them, and also strengthening their skills in education, teaching and learning methods. Maybe OBE and also the PBE and all kinds of latest teaching learning methods which are good, which are practiced as a best practice in the globe are followed, are pursued, are also actually practiced here. So that is why we are definitely, we are the first private university in Telangana. So that is why the computer science students are also, the computer science faculty and computer science students also, once they come to the Anurag University, rarely they leave the institution for the other institution. The retention factor is more than 95% in the faculty. And so even the placements also. Generally outcomes are the, generally many outcomes are there. Faculty is judged by their publications, quality publications, and the students are judged by their placements, and also in good companies, good salaries. So these are the two outcomes which we feel are necessary for going to the next level. So other things like the computer science department, one of the biggest department in the university, with almost 1,000 students, I think, I may be corrected, around 1,000 students per annum, actually, per year, actually students may be joining with a biggest department, and which has got an accreditation 3 or 4 times, I think this is the 4th time, for the 6 years accreditation in the Tier 1 system, which is almost equal to Dept accreditation as per GATT agreement. As per GATT agreement, once the Tier 1 accreditation given by NBA is equivalent to the Dept accreditation in the globe. So that is why I congratulate the department headed by the stalwarts like Vijay Kumar, Vishnumurthy, Sridevi, and many professors are there. So really they are doing excellent work, great work. And coming to the conference, our people, we have been encouraging our students and also faculty to participate the conferences in Telangana or conferences in India or abroad, which really gives a new insights into your subject. Now it is very fast changing. The computer science is now everybody is saying the AI, different kinds of AI, the data science, and all these are the part and parcel of the computer science only. So whatever the transactions takes place here, proceedings takes place here, the interactions takes place here, really helps not only our students and faculty, but also the entire computer science fraternity across even India or globe also. Whatever the proceedings which are published in the Springer definitely will be referred by the enthusiasts in the computer science. So I take leave because in the last few years, in the lighter tone, and I also told our chief guest. So we are really very lucky and also fortunate to have the great people like Deepak ji and also Prakash Rao Garu for this conference as a chief guest. So their experience, their knowledge, their insights will be attended and curiously understand by the participants. So once again, I thank the participants and also I thank all the faculty for making the arrangements and the participants for coming here. And also I thank our chief guest coming to this small but dynamic institution. I conclude by saying that the proceedings of this conference will be helpful to entire computer science faculty. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring address.
A distinguished academic leader with over 3 decades of experience across industry and academia, Dr. Archana Mantri holds a PhD in engineering and has been instrumental in driving strategic initiatives in institutional development, research, and innovation. Her scholarly contribution includes more than 108 publications, over 1,000 citations, and an H-index of 19. Dr. Mantri holds 43 patents and has steered 18 national and international research and capacity building projects worth $5 million. Her expertise has been acknowledged at the national level, with her serving on ICTE and UGC committees associated with the implementation of the National Education Policy. I now invite Dr. Archana Mantri, Vice Chancellor of Anurag University, to address the gathering.
Professor Deepak B. Pathak sir, Professor BLS Prakash Rao sir, Dr. Palla Rajeshwar Reddy, our very own beloved chairman, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear faculty members who are from Anurag University and who have come from other institutes to present their papers, and dear students. It's really a privilege. I'm really humbled and honored to be sharing the dais with the stalwarts of the education system in the country. I must admit, and I've already shared it with one of the chief guests, Dr. Pathak, that when I was doing my PhD on problem-based learning, I referred to many, many articles, publications, and books that Dr. Pathak has authored. So it's really a privilege, and I am deeply, deeply humbled. Also, the other institute, other very own, I can say, stalwart institutes, the Indian Statistical Institute, and Dr. Prakash Rao had been the director of that institute. To have him here also is really very, very fortunate and humbling occasion for Anurag University to have them over here. We also have other dignitaries from other institutes which are shaping the education system of this country. So I congratulate Dr. Vishnumurthy and Sridevi ma'am for convening this conference and having the stalwarts of the education system come to Anurag University. Well, just to share with our guests, faculty, and also the chief guest, Rajeshwar sir has already told about our humble beginnings and what are our 3 most important backbone of this university, rightly so. But I just want to share what is our vision and how are we going forward in shaping the vision of the founders that this university has. So we talk about publications, of course, we talk about placements for our students, but I also want to take this opportunity to talk about the positive transformations that we are doing at this university and which is the need of the hour. So when I say goals, they are important, but the journey to the goals is also important because it is during the journey that we learn and not by achieving the goals, because goals keep shifting, you know, as per the dynamic environment of the education system, but the journey makes you learn. So we are in the phase, at least for the next 5 years, in positively transforming our experiences. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. You can take this also. Okay. So we are, as I was telling, that we are during the journey that we learn, and we are in the next 5 years, we are in the phase of making positive transformations through this journey. And the first and foremost is that we want to shift from pedagogical aspect to andragogical aspects. So the difference between the two terms is, of course, we use them interchangeably, but pedagogy is for learning till the student becomes an adult. But andragogy is something when the student has become an adult and how the learning, the way the learning takes place changes. And that is why we need to shift from the fundamentals and from the processes that a student has come from 18 years of age onwards, and how the student can take the responsibility of their own learning. So in the whole system, we need to provide that flexibility and autonomy to the students so that they learn their own way. A rigid curriculum doesn't make that happen. So we are introducing a lot of flexibility and choice in the curriculum system, so that the flexibility and autonomy and adaptability is there inherent in that curriculum. For that, the faculty needs also a change in their mindset. And that's what we are doing right now. Through the last 1 year and going forward in the next 5 years, we are going to make that paradigm shift come in the way the faculty thinks. And that cannot be taught. That has to be inculcated within the faculty. So we are doing a lot of training and retraining and discussion with the faculty that how this can happen. So you will see all these positive transformations coming in. The second thing, the best learning takes place when there is a good learning ambience or learning environment. So we are creating an environment where the learning becomes joyful. You cannot learn under stress. You can prepare for exams under stress, but you cannot learn under stress. So we want to shift from an exam-centric approach to a learning-centric approach. So we want the classroom environment and even beyond classroom environment to become more joyful, so that our students and faculty are more happy when they are learning. So we want to take the stress out by moving away from exam-centric approach to learning-centric approach. And we want to evaluate and assess the learning rather than their exam performance, which is so grade-oriented. So this is the second thing. The third thing, we want to move away from a rat race of publications to only quality publications. So we are moving away from having the required number of minimum publications for the faculty to having more quality publications which are coming out of real research. And the fourth thing, creating an innovative and entrepreneurial mindset within the faculty and students. So we are creating an ecosystem wherein ideas are nurtured, they are not thrown away, but they are appreciated. So no idea is bad, it's only that some of the ideas take shape and go and make impact. Some of them cannot. But none of the ideas are bad. So we are creating an ecosystem where these ideas are nurtured, appreciated, at least appreciated. And if those ideas see the light of the day, they can be further nurtured through an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So all these things in a very nutshell, because there are various policies, processes which are being made so that this framework becomes visible, accessible to the right stakeholders. I'm not giving very many details, but just to share that how we are making this positive transformational journey at Anurag University possible. We may not create a noise outside in the world, but we may create an impact. That is what is the idea. And conferences like these, when the stalwarts like these come and our campus becomes so vibrant with their positive vibrations, it only gives boosts to our efforts, what we are doing. So with these words, I just want to promise that each one of you who is sitting here, even not sitting here, are going to see and are going to feel the impact of these processes, these positive transformations that we are going to make. And one day, our students, when you become alumni, you are going to appreciate. Similarly, each of the faculty who is sitting here, each of our, in some way or the other, they are our mentors who are sitting here, because they have impacted some or the other life which is taking shape over here. I want to promise that Anurag University is going to be known for the impact, not for the wrong kind of noise that many universities are making. I'm not criticizing any one of them, but this is what is our DNA, our vision, and how we are going to be different from others. Thank you.
We sincerely thank you, ma'am, for your insightful address. Dr. Pathak, a visionary leader in the fields of information technology and education, holds a master's and doctorate's degree from IIT Bombay and served the institute for nearly 5 decades in various leadership positions. Currently, he serves as Professor Emeritus at IIT Bombay, continuing his distinguished association with the institute. Dr. Pathak had been a driving force behind initiatives like IIT Bombay's IT Incubator SINE, the Affordable Solutions Lab, distance learning programs, the Akash Tablet Project, and the introduction of smart card technology in India. A mentor, innovator, and advocate of education and entrepreneurship, he has advised top financial and government institutions and has been honored with numerous awards, including the Padma Shri. It's my privilege to invite Professor Pathak, Professor Emeritus, IIT Bombay, to address the gathering.
Respected Professor Prakash Rao, the great Dr. Palla Rajeshwar Reddy and his entire team, most of whom I am meeting for the first time, and it has been a privilege. Since I am going to share my thoughts with you in a keynote immediately following this session, I'll be very, very brief here. I would just like to share with you 2 things. Number 1, my phenomenal appreciation about the Anurag University, which has grown in leaps and bounds ever since I've been hearing stories of vision and commitment. Dr. Balram, who came to pick me up from the airport, I understand that he is called IoT Balram. He told me about how the institution has grown. And later on, when I had a chat with the chairman and others, it is truly phenomenal. The university is not just practicing good education, it is actually showing the way to other institutions. In fact, much before the new educational policy came about, I think you were following it in both principle and implementation. Hats off to you, sir, and your team. Fantastic work. I am also very appreciative of this research conference being held here. The 3rd avatar, right? And increasing number of research papers, better quality research papers coming. And in this context, I like what was stated here earlier, that more than the quantity of publications per teacher, the university will now insist on better and better quality of research also, which is an extremely important thing. All in all, I would just like to conclude now by saying that I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Prakash Rao holds a doctorate degree in statistics from Michigan State University and has made pioneering contribution to core areas of statistical theory. Professor Prakash Rao has published over 300 research articles and authored and edited 18 books. He has delivered over 100 invited lectures worldwide and visited leading universities across the globe. He has held esteemed position at the Indian Statistical Institute, IIT Kanpur, and the University of Hyderabad, and currently serves as Emeritus Professor at Indian Statistical Institute and Indian National Science Academy. And he also honorary scientist at C.R. Rao Advanced Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Computer Science. Among his numerous accolades, he is recipient of the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in Mathematical Science from Government of India, Outstanding Alumni Award from the Michigan State University, USA, and National Award for Outstanding and Meritorious Work in Statistics and multiple Lifetime Achievement Awards. It is my privilege to invite Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, sir.
It gives me a great pleasure to come to Anurag University. Just 2 weeks back, I got an email from Dr. Pawan Kumar inviting me to this function. I don't know Dr. Pawan Kumar. I don't know about Anurag University. And I said yes. Now, there is one, I'll just take 1 minute. I was not allowed into engineering college when I completed my high school, saying that you are too young to come to engineering college. Now I have come a chief guest for this function. So I'm so glad to be part of you, and I will talk about my topic later today. But one thing is, I'm really very happy to be amongst all of you, knowing that so many of you are interested in computer science. Actually, I am an odd man out in this group, because when I learned statistics, at that time there were no computers. But then I come from the institute where the first computer was installed in the country. Indian Statistical Institute had the first computer. So at that time things were different. But I won't tell you at what time, because then you will know my age. So I'm glad to be here, part of this function, and I would like to thank all the guests on the dais and all the students and the invitees, and including Dr. Pawan Kumar, who initiated my visit. And I have some questions about this so-called data science, because when I learned there was no data science. But now data is gold now, or oil, whatever they want to call it. So we'll come to that next half an hour of my talk. So at the moment I have retired, but still I continue my work. I work in theoretical statistics, and also I have a lot of interest in applied statistics. But then I think those things are for a later point of today. And I'm glad to be a part of this conference, and I would like to happy to be a part of the inaugural function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. They are truly inspiring.
We now proceed to release the conference souvenir, capturing the innovation, research, and collective wisdom of all the participants. I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us for the souvenir release. The conference is now officially inaugurated. Thank you all.
Now I request dignitaries to felicitate today's chief guest, Professor Deepak B. Pathak, sir.
Now I request the dignitaries to felicitate today's chief guest, Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. G. Balakrishna, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE, to propose vote of thanks.
Morning everyone. On behalf of Anurag University and Organizing Committee of ICACII 2025, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for inaugural session of the 3rd International Conference on Advances in Computational Intelligence and Informatics. We express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Deepak Pathak sir, Emerit Professor and Padma Shri Awardee, and Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao sir, Emerit Professor, Indian Statistical Institute and Chancellor Patnagar Award, for sharing their vast knowledge, experience and visionary insight which greatly enriched the inaugural session. Thank you very much, sir, being with us. We respectfully acknowledge the constant guidance and encouragement of the academic university leadership team, especially Dr. Palla Raishwari sir, Chairman, Anurag Institutions, Dr. U.P. Desai sir, Chancellor, along with Dr. Archana Mantri ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, Dean School of Engineering, and Dr. G. Vishnumurthy sir, Dean Computer Science Engineering, and those vision and support made this international conferences possible. We place on record our heartfelt appreciation of the decade of effort of the track in charges and reviewers, keynote speakers and section chairs, organizing committee and technical committee members, faculty coordinators and student volunteers. Those meticulous planning and coordinated efforts ensured the smooth conduct of the inaugural proceedings. Finally, we thank all the delegates and researchers, authors and participants for their presence and active participation in the inaugural section of ICACII 2025. A grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Wishing everyone an engaging and intellectually enriching conference ahead.
We cordially invite all the dignitaries and participants to join us for a high tea. Thank you. Yeah, all of you are requested to be here by 11:30 for the plenary talks.
మా బాలకృష్ణ సార్ని ఒకసారి కాల్ చేయండి చూడు ఒకసారి. చెప్పు అన్నీ తీయమంటే అన్ని పెట్టి
దీపక్ సార్ 11:30 to 12 ఉంది, తర్వాత 12:30 to 12:30 వచ్చేసి ప్రకాష్ రావు సార్, తర్వాత 12:30 to 1:15 వరపూడి విజయ్
ఆయనది కూడా ఉంది ప్రొఫైల్, బట్ ఎడిట్ చేసుకోండి.
వెరిఫికేషన్ కోడ్
సార్ ఎక్కడ పెట్టా
Two mics, Sam. Like this, I'm all audience.
Madam,
To begin our session, please welcome our first guest speaker, Professor. To begin our session, please welcome our
Thank you.
Cross pics. Cross, cross. बस बस ओके.
Rashmi madam. Rashmi madam. Claps.
हाँ वही हमारा दिखाने के लिए बोल रही थी मैं. Spexel once. 2 mics. Okay, అటు చూడాలా? I look at you. Yeah, I welcome you all to join the plenary session. Done?
చేద్దాం రాజేష్.
She wants to come. I'm like, you also come. Scholars come. Scholars.
ఫస్ట్ మీ ఇద్దరిది అయిపోయింది.
పర్లేదు రండి. Rashmi, did you take? Okay, liter. Okay, liter.
కాల్ చేస్తాను. ఫోన్ చేద్దాం రాజేశ్వరి.
Very good morning to one and all. We would request all the participants to settle down as the plenary talk is going to begin. Please settle down faster.
Plenary to welcome back. Welcome back. Plenary का अभी इसमें
Plenary का, okay, हाँ.
वो टीम में है ना फोन में open that which Shanti Priya sent. It's not there. Yes sir, we'll start.
Hello, hello, hello.
Use this one.
Welcome back. We now begin with the plenary talks featuring eminent speakers who will share insights on cutting-edge research and emerging trends. It's my privilege to invite Professor Deepak B. Pathak, Professor Emeritus, IIT Bombay, to deliver the plenary talk on past, present, and future of computational intelligence. We welcome sir with a brief AV.
Thank you.
To begin our session, please welcome our first guest speaker, Professor Deepak B. Pathak. Dr. Pathak is a professional emeritus of IIT Bombay, where he served for nearly 5 decades. During his tenure, he headed the CSE department, served as Dean of Resources, and was the founding head of both the Kunal Rekhi School of IT and the S.J. Mehta School of Management. A true pioneer of innovation, he started the IT incubator that evolved into SINE and launched the country's first interactive distance learning program, now known as CDEEP. He is regarded as the pioneer of smart card usage in India and successfully led the Aakash project for affordable tablets. As an open source evangelist, he has dedicated his career to improving the quality of education at scale through initiatives like Ekalavya project and the training of tens of thousands of teachers. Beyond academia, Dr. Pathak has been a vital advisor to the nation's financial and governmental sectors, including the RBI, SEBI, and the GSTN. He chaired the technical committees for MCA 21 and the review committee for Aadhaar System Security Assessment. His contributions have been recognized with numerous Lifetime Achievement Awards, and he was listed among the 50 most influential Indians by Business Week. In 2013, the President of India honored him with the Padma Shri. Dr. Pathak believes that teaching is not just a profession, but one's dharma. To lead us into today's discussion, please join me in welcoming a true architect of modern Indian technology, Professor Deepak B. Pathak.
Good morning and thank you very much for those great words. I am truly impressed and flattered. What I am going to speak about today is on my understanding of the past, present and future of the computational intelligence. So, I briefly organized useful to revive the natural intelligence growth that we have witnessed. I will briefly mention an experiment and experience that we did at IIT Bombay in 70s and how tough were those times. Then I speak about the unfolding 21st century. All of you are familiar with that, in fact. I spent some time in talking about swarm intelligence because when I was preparing for this talk, the issues in swarm intelligence caught my mind, and therefore I will spend some time on that. And I will conclude by talking about what the future holds and what I believe we should be doing. First, the growth of natural intelligence. So, everybody knows evolution of carbon-based life, but it has been a march of over 4 billion years. So, this is something that you may know, but I'm just, oops. The RNA molecules and the subsequent DNA avatar, presumably about 4 billion years old, and then you have this development through bacterial, microbial mats, multicellular structures. Animals came around only 580 million years ago. Humans came around only 3 million years ago. Human language, as we understand it, is just 0.1 million years. And writing and script is less than 6,000 years. You can see how phenomenally this is the graphical picture, same thing. You can see that as compared to the 4 billion years period, the writing and script of 6,000 years appears only as a dot. The development of human intelligence, therefore, as we understand it, has been a great phenomena, growing exponentially, and we see a similar this thing. So you can see, even in an expanded thing where I have shown only animals of 580 million years ago, the writing or script is just still a dot. Why writing and script is important is because that is where the knowledge could be shared and knowledge could be spread. Otherwise it was retained to individual entity. So started in Gutenberg, of course, but collaborative innovation started happening only when knowledge got shared. And it led to industrial evolution, more innovation, more financial growth and so on. This cycle continued in 19th and 20th century. This is what we call progress. Of course, the word progress has many associated evils and ills that the humanity has witnessed, but let's forget that. In my opinion, the carbon evolution is a great problem. Number one, while the intelligent behavior is seen in animal species, and the animal species have an amazing neural infrastructure in each entity of the species. Take an individual human or an animal or whatever. Unfortunately, it is bound within that single entity. So one problem is, while genes propagate, the accumulated knowledge which all species propagate further, the acquired knowledge is not spread through DNA stream. And therefore, since the acquired knowledge for human beings has been becoming greater and greater and greater, it actually is a fact which poses a problem to humanity, because each individual entity must learn independently most of the acquired knowledge. And humans take longest. I mean, we are all educationists here, so imagine from the 5 years, 6 years old, you go to school, spend 12 years in school, 4 years in college, and then maybe 4 or 5 more years in further your PhD or whatever. And those of us who become teachers have to remain perpetual learners. So we keep learning. And very curiously, the more we learn about a few things, we also learn how less we know about them. Silicon appeared on the screen much later, only about 75 years ago. There is a famous picture of Bardeen, Shockley and Brattain when the first transistor was invented. Of course, the 1948 transistor was not silicon transistor, it was germanium transistor. But it was found silicon to be more cost effective, and that is how we had this. Now, this evolution everybody knows. Discrete components on a PCB is where we started from. I remember in my MTech program when I had to build a programmable temperature controller, I had to design a decade counter using 2 and 404 transistors and build actually those circuits and so on. As compared to that, you have chips for various functions today. Computers came about with stored program concept. Should show it here. My friend Balki, Professor Balkrishnan from ICACII, calls this the revenge of silicon, because everything was carbon based, and when silicon came to life, that life grew so quickly, he calls it revenge of silicon, because complex systems evolved. Software technology has seen amazing strides, so right from assemblers, compilers and so on, to not just programming language and databases, but artificial intelligence and machine learning is actually revolutionized the entire concept of embedded systems, for example, is what you call IoT today, all given this. So I call it spread of silicon intelligence. Like carbon intelligence has taken 4 billion years of evolution, silicon intelligence has taken only 75 years of evolution so far. It also means that it is still far away from human intelligence, but how it is catching is interesting to see. So when silicon started communicating, that is when earlier networks like ARPANET came, then internet came, and we now don't even talk of megabit per second, talk of gigabits and talk of terabits. The World Wide Web, incidentally, those of you who might have forgotten, Tim Berners-Lee, who actually designed the HTTP and HTML, which is the crux of the entire web today. By the way, he was awarded the Great Turing Award much later in life, although he should have been recognized much earlier, but I digress. So the silicon advantage is that identical replication is possible. See, in all animal species, the replication or the regeneration, the next child which is born, is similar to parents. But you cannot produce 2 million identical children. Each one will differ. Here you can have identical children, and you can do a quick reinstantiation. When a human child is born, it takes 12-15 years for the child to learn the acquired knowledge. But whereas a computing system, when it is replicated, can be reinstantiated with whatever software, whatever data the other computer holds, almost instantly. And you can do that simultaneously to millions of machines. Therefore, each of those millions of machines can be equally intelligent, quote unquote. We're not saying machines are intelligent yet, but whatever is the level of intelligence a machine has, it can be replicated very quickly. More important, computers can now directly communicate with each other. For a long time, the computers were not talking to each other, but now they can. And that makes life very, very interesting. It is in this context that I would like to briefly describe the evolution of machine intelligence. So, the term artificial intelligence is not recent, by the way. I mean, Alan Turing called it machine intelligence. I recall, because I used to dabble in signal and image processing in early 70s before I switched over to databases. I recall having read a book by Duda and Har which talked about supervised and unsupervised classification. And very curiously, that supervised and unsupervised classification continues to form the basis of most of the AI principles that we use today. The problem is data available was minuscule, storage was very costly, and processing power was severely limited. And this was the reason why, as I will explain through an experiment that we did, we had a serious problem. Again, computational intelligence, some regard it as a component of artificial intelligence, but it has its own development. To my mind, it was largely inspired by biological and evolutionary models. So that you see, of course, the differentiation is now disappearing very rapidly for the certain development that we shall see. But there is no doubt that for quite some time, the research community regarded computational intelligence as something special and different from conventional artificial. You have a IEEE society, for example, for a long standing. So an early experiment that I did with my BTech student, Sunil Sherlekar, Dr. Sunil Sherlekar, it was analyzing ECG data to model the defects of heart. So we are trying to represent the ECG signals using some parameters of exponentials, exponents and coefficients. This work was largely inspired by similar work that was going on in Johns Hopkins University. As many of you would know, Johns Hopkins is not just a top engineering institution, but top biomedical institution as well. But the problems that we faced were very funny. All of you of the modern generation, users of modern generation computers won't realize this, so I take a slide to explain this. First of all, we had this ECG data on strips, which we had to collect from IIT Bombay Hospital. This data had to be hand digitized, because there is no digital. Then it had to be punched on cards, because we had a famous EC 1030. It's actually AS or Edimea Systema 1030, it's a Russian machine, but it's called EC 1030, which computed the parameters. So program also was on cards, data was also on cards, and it took hell of a lot of time to compute something. And then we would try to correlate the parameters which we have so determined with the heart elements that the patients had, for which we got to know from IIT Hospital. So there was two drastically different outcomes. The first was, of course, the paper which Sunil wrote won an IEEE Best Paper Award. And the second was tremendous criticism. The people saying, Phatak, ye to sab theek hai, lekin wo तुम्हारा ये सब calculation, data entry सब होता है, तब तक patient तो मर जाएगा. So what is the use? And that is what distinguishes today's time from those times. Because you have now, in fact, last year when my doctor advised me to get an ECG done, and I went to my own hospital, and I was shocked to find that he was putting so many sensors here and so on. I said, my God, I don't know how long it will take. And here the machine, the data was getting collected, and the machine was printing not just the ECG, but even the conclusions that were drawn from the ECG. So it's a difference that you see. In the unfolding 21st century, therefore, what we have witnessed is an exponential growth in computing capacity, computing power, computing resources, cheaper, faster, and smaller. This has been the hallmark of all computing all throughout, but it has gained currency in the last, let's say, about 30 years after the invention of internet, the thing spread and things became. Second, the evolution of deep learning, which has actually blurred the distinction between computational intelligence and conventional artificial. So, many of you would of course remember the seminal paper in 2017. These were 8 researchers at Google who had written that paper. Attention is all you need. This was the paper. I don't know how many of you have followed those 8 authors, but it will be interesting if you do a Google search, you will find that all 8 of them left Google afterwards. They are all young people. Incidentally, all 8 of them agreed that the contribution to this paper was equal by all, and the list of authors that was used for actual publication was randomized. That is how it became Vaswani et al., because Vaswani became the first name. I am mentioning this because most of you who are researchers are very keen on ensuring that the names appear in the right order of contribution, etc., etc., etc. It doesn't matter. Of course, that paper is extraordinary. I do not know of any other research paper which has been cited more than 1,73,000 times. This was that paper. Most importantly, it introduced the transformer architecture and it led to the large language models and what we call ChatGPT. ChatGPT, of course, everybody is aware of. There is a very interesting joke in IIT Bombay which says that teachers have now started using ChatGPT to set hard questions for the students. Students then use ChatGPT to answer all those hard questions and submit their answers. And teachers have no option but to use ChatGPT to assess those answers. So everything revolves around ChatGPT. By the way, ChatGPT can give you consolidated, summarized information. I am not ashamed to admit that I pay $20 a month to be a ChatGPT subscriber where I can ask hard and detailed questions. And its ability to converse with you, I use English normally, but I am told that it can be used in multiple languages. It's just amazing. All this growth has been possible only because of the changes that you see rapidly evolving in computational power and of course the development in the field of AI and computational. Let me spend a few minutes on the notion of swarm intelligence. How do bees navigate while flying? You would have all seen bees. Okay, they fly. By the way, if you notice and try to analyze the brain of a bee, it is so small that you cannot understand anything at all. We know very little of the internal working of the bee. But what we can confirm is, when the bees fly, A, there is no central control. B, there is a minimal communication between bees. And C, each bee uses the mechanism such as optic flow, so they have eyes on both sides. And they can actually judge by the images and actually calculate the distance. They do distance balancing. They can do a mid-air correction. All of this, we don't know how that bee does it, but bee does this. So here is you can see those bees, they are actually moving from one abode to a new place which they have found to build their house. But you can see they are all moving so fast and yet there is no collision. I mean, you think of the cars and scooters moving on the road and the kind of collision that we have. You see now, here also the bees are flying around, but they are not colliding with each other. Here is another case using swarm intelligence, how you build robots working in a warehouse for packing, unpacking, putting things on various bins and so on and collecting them and so on. So here is movement using swarm intelligence. You can see these robots. See the robo is about to collide but wouldn't collide. There is no central control for these robots by the way. Each robo identifies the movement around it by other robots and decides what to do. So this simple concept, by the way, let me go back to these robots are not from any advanced country. This is actually a website of a company called Unbox Robotics, which is a Pune-based company. And they supply these robots for warehouse management, not only to Indians, but many other places in Europe. So this development is entirely done by Indian scientists, by Indian manufacturers, and by Indian software developers who use farm intelligence to code the way the robots are controlled. And the fundamental simplicity, A, no central control, B, each robo only senses how other robots around it are moving and decides on how it should move. And that is how such a beautiful thing can be done. By the way, the organization claims that they can increase the efficiency and effectiveness of their management of the warehouse logistics by 3 to 5 times. There are two reasons why I wanted to share this with you. One is, of course, the practical utility of swarm intelligence that you see. Second and more important, all these development and several such developments are happening in this country. And because these developments are happening here, the responsibility on researchers like you becomes all the greater, because you must be the feeders to such development happening later elsewhere in the industry, in academia, in whatever places. Here is a third one. Actually, I was going through the previous conference papers and I saw some lady from, there was a paper on use of OpenCV on face detection in last year, I think. Anisha, I forget the name. This lady is a teacher in some institution of, close to Anurag University, I don't know, it's part of Anurag University. Vidya, and two other colleagues. So it was a nice paper. Since it mentioned use of OpenCV, I thought I will share with you. Most of you should be aware of this, but if you are not, the person that you see here is Murtaza Hasan. He is actually an independent sort of consultant, come whatever. So this is a picture where he is showing a drone taking a selfie. So he teaches how the drone will take a selfie based on the some gestures that he does. He lives in England and he has contributed tremendously to OpenCV, and his classes are phenomenally famous. Large number of students are attracted. Of course, if you want to attend the regular classes, you have to pay fees in pounds, because that is the currency of England where he lives. But even otherwise, there are OpenCV development, and the work that has been done using plain Python programming is absolutely phenomenal. Now, the important thing that I noticed is that a large number of youngsters, high school going children in India, are actually using OpenCV projects to write Python scripts. So artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, whatever name you call it, is no more restricted to researchers and senior college students. It is going down to the level of younger students who are able to do that kind of work. Here is one more thing that I would like to share with you. I don't know how many of you are aware that at the beginning of this century, 14 grand challenges were initiated by a committee which worked for 2 or 3 years, saying that each of these challenges will take full century. So these are called grand challenges for this century. One of those 14 grand challenges is reverse engineering the brain. It does not mean you recreate the brain. It means actually just understand the functioning of human brain. I tell you about the biological systems around which we build a whole lot of computational intelligence in our systems here. We know so little about what happens in the biological system. So about brain, understanding functioning of the brain is an extremely tough phenomenon. Don't go by the measurements that you see in various biological journals about measuring, signals that flow through the brain tissues or other tissues and so on. A younger colleague of mine 25 years ago, Professor Shaumen Chakravarti, mentioned to me that this is like claiming that you have measured voltages and signals across all circuits that constitute the PCB of a computer. And then you claim that because you have now all these measurements of voltages and currents, you can now understand how the operating system works, what is the functionality of the application software that you write, which is nonsense. Our knowledge about biological systems is unfortunately that primitive. The example of bees that I gave you, there have been lots and lots of research. I mean, I came across multiple research papers on examining how bees would be communicating. This is all hypothetical. So there was an interesting experiment where bees were flown through wind tunnel. Wind tunnel is usually used for experiments for aircraft models and so on. But they found out so many interesting things and they were flabbergasted that how could bees be using such mechanisms to communicate with each other? And they are not communicating under centralized control. Each bee is at best communicating with the neighboring. So this is the phenomena that you see. That is the reason why the 14 grand challenges, including the one for reverse engineering the brain, is considered a century-long challenge. That means it may take this century, including all the phenomenal growth in computational resources and everything, it may still take a century for us to understand how the brain basically functions. And once we understand it, maybe we can then succeed perhaps in a better understanding of the notion of intelligence and the notion of consciousness, which is there. I would only like to say that you want to compare human intelligence with machine intelligence, and often you say that is artificial intelligence. So can intelligence be artificial? That is my question to all. The basic difference. We must appreciate that human intelligence, apart from the reflected so-called intelligent behavior of human beings which we all exhibit, it is deeply coupled with emotional intelligence. And for example, human intelligence, and you can see that very clearly, it has spontaneity, it has unpredictability, and it has autonomy of the will of each individual. Such notions do not yet exist in machine intelligence of any kind at all. Okay? It is only the outwardly intelligent behavior which machines, we make them try to mimic. So the machines which are built by us will exhibit increasingly intelligent behavior, but these features are unlikely to be included in that machine intelligence in near future. So, the human intelligence growth which has been going on for 4 billion years, believe me, it has reached a different level of, different level of achievement of intelligence which we are not even able to fathom ourselves. We are trying to understand what human intelligence is. But looking at the phenomenal growth in the machine intelligence that has happened, particularly over the last 30 years, I can confidently say that in coming years, if not decades, things will start happening very, very quickly. And therefore, you may actually find the so-called machine intelligence or artificial intelligence or the computational intelligence, whichever way you call it, I don't think those distinctions are today as pronounced as they were at one time. So therefore, the world will be very exciting, but it will be different, and the world will be more rewarding. So I actually say this on a parting note that things are going to happen. Many of those will happen because of work that you people are doing. In my concluding slide, I would just like to mention the three things which I consider to be very important. This has nothing to do with my topic of the keynote address, but this is a, you see, I specialize in giving unsolicited advice, and my age permits me to do that occasionally. So my first thing is, remember the golden rule that research and education are two sides of the coin of knowledge. Don't ever assume one is a substitute for other. So whatever research you do, you must ensure that it translates into teaching, which means course upgradation, etc. And whatever teaching you do must reflect in the research. The second, whatever research you are doing, always ask this question: what problem are you helping to solve? I remember 25 years ago when Kanwal Rekhi and Nandan Lekani were going through a poster presentation of our PhD and MTech students' work. And Kanwal was asking this question to every student after the student explained. So somebody was working on a complex networking situation, something like that. So Kanwal asked him, so what problem are you solving? And he again repeated the same thing that he had mentioned. That means the researchers are often not aware of the actual real life problem they are helping to solve. Remember, if you are doing theoretical work, you don't have to worry about answering that question. But most of us who work in machine intelligence of any kind are doing practical work, and therefore we should be able to at least keep in mind that this is the problem I am helping to solve, and I therefore should be able to answer. And my last advice is, of course, my most favorite. If you want to make your life as beautiful as dewdrops, which you see in the mornings, for me, D means dream big. So the word, not my words, used by the great Dr. Abdul Kalam. So dream big, because your dreams will limit your achievements. Enjoy life, because every moment of life is so precious. It comes only once and goes away. So enjoy everything. Enjoy watching movies, enjoy playing games, enjoy doing research, enjoy having arguments, particularly with your better halves. Enjoy everything in life. Your life is so enjoyable and so beautiful. And the last is work hard. I have not found any substitute for hard work in my life of 77 years. People far smarter than all of us have not found any substitute for hard work over the last 6,000 years of written history. So please give up the notion if you think that you can sort of get by doing it. There is no substitute for hard work. So dream big, enjoy life, and work hard. That's my last message to all of you. Thank you so much. God bless. I must apologize that I have to leave without attending the subsequent keynotes because I have another meeting at 12:15 and I am already late, I think. Thank you. I'll take your leave.
Thank you, sir, for the thought-provoking plenary talk. Your perspectives on the topic, past, present, and future of computational intelligence have added immense value to this conference. Thank you, sir.
It's my privilege to introduce Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, sir. It's my privilege to introduce Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, one of the most distinguished statisticians, to deliver the plenary talk on the topic Data Science Overview. Please join me in welcoming Professor Prakash Rao, sir, through AV.
Please welcome our next guest speaker, Professor B.L.S. Prakasa Rao. Professor Prakasa Rao is a legendary figure in the field of statistics. After a record-breaking academic performance at Andhra University and the Indian Statistical Institute, he earned his PhD from Michigan State University. His prolific career includes serving as the director of the Indian Statistical Institute and holding prestigious chair professorships at the University of Hyderabad and the C.R. Rao Advanced Institute. A global scholar, he has held visiting professorships at elite institutions including UC Berkeley, Purdue, and the University of Illinois. With over 300 published articles and 18 books to his name, his research in stochastic processes and non-parametric interface has garnered over 5,000 citations. He has also shaped the field as the editor-in-chief of Sankhya, prestigious Indian Journal of Statistics. In recognition of his monumental contributions, he was awarded the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in 1982 and the National Award in Statistics in memory of P.V. Shukhatne. Most recently, he was honored with Lifetime Achievement Awards from both the Indian Association of Reliability and Statistics and the Indian Society for Probability and Statistics. Please join me in welcoming one of India's most distinguished mathematical minds, Professor B.L.S. Prakasa Rao.
Can I start?
Well, thank you very much for that great introduction. Well, I'm in a very strange situation. I do research in theoretical statistics. As you have heard, I work in what they call fractional Brownian motion, where I discuss Hilbert space theory and stochastic processes and so on. But then my interests are also in the applied statistics. Now, we are in statistics, but what are you talking about data science now? And that's the problem. So, for a long time, whenever I travel, I used to stay in the city, Gandhinagar, and whenever I go to Hyderabad, University of Hyderabad, some autos and so on, they go along, and I was traveling in a taxi. And then every auto says they will teach data science in 10 days, 5 days, and then 20 days, so like that. So I didn't know what they are talking about, because I took 60 years to learn statistics. I started learning statistics in 1959. I'm still learning. So it's taking so much time, so many years. So how is that everybody is talking about data science, and they will say they will teach in a few days, and then, of course, why do you learn their subject? Because it gives you a job, some employment. So I started thinking, is data science different from statistics? Or is it, what they call old wine in a new bottle? You know that in English proverb. So it's called old wine. That means the same thing, you put it in a different style. So is it the same or is there a difference? So then that's how I started this discussion or in the beginning. Then I should say that it is a new bottle, but then you add a little more information to that. So it is not completely the same, but there is some change. And how did this change come up? Now, again, let me go to the history. About 60 years back, there were no computers. There was no PCs. In fact, when I was a student at Indian Statistical Institute, doing my master's in statistics, we didn't have computers, but we have mechanical calculators. Still, we have to do what's called regression and analysis of variance and things like that. But then there's a mechanical calculator. That means you sort of, it's like a sewing machine like that. It's of that size. You keep doing that. So there were no computers. So even when I was doing my PhD in US, at that time even computers were not there. So because of the advent of computers, life has changed completely. Because for everything you have a data now. You see, when you travel from, say, Hyderabad to Delhi, you are flying in an aircraft, and there are millions of sensors on that aircraft, which tells you everything that's happening, speed, pressure, you name it, everything is petrol consumption that is being used. So everything is sensor based. So there is so much data is coming up, and then there is a place where you can store. You have internet facilities, so there is a storage thing. So we have more data, more storage facilities, and that created data science because there is so much data. And of course now they say that data is gold. You say that everything comes up through that. It's almost like oil. So data is like oil and all sorts of things coming up. So then I thought, why not have a look at it? So that's why I said overview. Now I have about 51 transparencies, but not much information. But we will see as I go on. So in a review of a book on data science, everybody is writing a book on data science now. So once I said, one reviewer commented, I quote, when trying to define data science, the ancient Buddhist parable of the blind men and the elephant springs to mind. Okay, there is an elephant and some blind men came. So everybody is saying, what is that? So the entrepreneur, the academic researcher, and the university administrator approach the beast in turn and examine it, but report something different. The entrepreneur says sees the training of a generation of data workers to deal with large data sets as a business opportunity. So because he is interested in business, so much data is there, he can make money out of that. The university administrator hears the siren's call of new programs and students. New programs can be started, so universities can benefit in that. When the academic researcher is still trying to figure out where the science is. In data science, where is the science in data science? So I'm part of the third group. An exact definition of data science remains elusive. So that's the first part. The subject of statistics is undergoing a change. Several departments of statistics are trying to rename their departments as the Department of Data Science. I was a visiting professor at University of California, Berkeley. When I was visiting that, they used to call it Department of Statistics. Now they don't do that. They call it Department of Statistics and Data Science. So everybody, and then of course you have master's program, and of course here you have also data science degrees. Even Indian Statistical Institute is starting now a Bachelor of Science in Data Science. So you call it BSDS. So everybody is doing that. It is now what can be termed a data science moment. The question is data science really different from statistics? So that's what we will do, discuss a bit. According to Data Science Association, now till now there is an American Statistical Association, now there is also a Data Science Association. So what do they say? I quote, data science means the scientific study of creation, validation and transformation of data to create meaning. A data scientist is a professional who uses scientific methods to liberate and create meaning from raw data, somebody who can play with data, spot trends, and learn truths few others know. So you have a big amount of data, so you get extract information out of that. Okay. According to American Statistical Association, again they have come up with the definition of data science. I quote, while there is not yet a consensus on what precisely constitutes data science, three professional communities are emerging as foundational to data science. One, database management to enable the transformation, conglomeration, and organization of data resources. Two, statistics and machine learning to convert data into knowledge. Three, distributed and parallel systems to provide the computational infrastructure to carry out data analysis. Statistics and machine learning play a central role in data science. Because the American Statistical Association should talk about statistics, so they say the statistics and machine learning. So the machine learning, all of you are familiar with that. So data science can be considered as a superset of the fields of statistics, machine learning, and now of course artificial intelligence, which adds some technology for scaling up to big data. So today I am not talking about big data. That's my talk on Monday morning in Amaravati. So now I will talk about data science today here. So it's like a Venn diagram. You can see that it's a mixture of computer science, statistics, and of course in any, suppose if you are dealing with health data, then you need some domain knowledge. If you do financial data, you need that. So domain knowledge is important, and so data science is in the mixture of the intersection part of it, computer science, statistics, and machine learning. You can see that from that Venn diagram. So you can picture out in that. So in other words, data science depends on all the three topics: machine learning, computer science, and statistics. The idea is to learn from data. Data science has become a fourth approach to scientific discovery in addition to experimentation, modeling, and computation. Data science leading to scientific discovery and practice involves the collection, management, processing, analysis, visualization, and finally interpretation of vast amount of heterogeneous data associated with the diverse scientific and interdisciplinary applications. We will discuss one by one of all these stages. So it involves collection, management, collection of data. Management means how do you store it, processing, analyze the data, and of course how do you picturize that or visualize that, and finally interpretation, most important. So data scientist is a professional who uses scientific methods to discover and create meaning from raw data. Statistics also means the practice of science of collecting and analyzing numerical data in samples large as well as small. So traditionally statistics, as a student of statistics, there are times when we data of size say 10,000 or 15,000 or something of that order. So you have statistical packages which you can use to analyze the data. For instance, those who are familiar with tests of goodness of fit, like chi-square test, they call it, those who are in a little bit of statistics, you can use their what's called degrees of freedom, analyze the data. But now the data runs into millions. So that is the problem. Such data you can't use standard statistical techniques. No amount of statistical packages will help you for that. So how do you analyze such data? Sometimes they are called big data. To a statistician, this definition of statistics seems already to encompass anything that the definition of data scientist may think. However, a lot of statistical work deals with inferences to be made from small samples as well as large samples. So if you are working in a laboratory, chemistry laboratory or something like that, so if you want to do some analysis there, you have some reasonable number of observations, sample size. But in big data or other data which you are getting from internet order, it runs into millions, like weather data and so on. The question is data science just a rebranding of statistics? Why do we need data science when we had statistics for the last 100 years? Now, so when physicists do mathematics, if you do physics, most of the differential equations are part of physics. So you don't call it mathematics. When physics do mathematics, they do not say they are doing number science, they are doing mathematics. If you are analyzing data, you are doing statistics, no matter by what name you call it. You can call it data science or informatics or big data analytics, but it is still statistics. So it means it deals with numbers. Some people think big data is different from statistics, but is a part of data science. This is not correct. Statisticians have been working with large data sets for several decades. As a mathematical statistician, I have been working in asymptotics. Asymptotic means a large number, dealing with large samples for decades. The concepts of sampling and sufficiency deal with large samples. For those who are familiar with elementary statistics, we have what is called a normal distribution or Gaussian distribution. So in normal distribution, Gaussian distribution, if you have a large sample, say 1,000 observations, so you don't have to keep all the 1,000. It's enough if you keep this sample mean and sample variance. This is a notion of what's called sufficient statistics. So you can reduce from a dimension of 1,000 to just 2. So this is called dimension reduction. So in statistics, this is a concept which we teach for our students from age immemorial. But now in data science, if you have millions of observations, you can still do that, but provided you have a Gaussian distribution. But if you have some other distribution, you can't do that. So in this data which you are getting, it is a mixture of several things. You have no idea what it consists. Computer scientists seem to think that data science is concerned with really big data, which traditional computing packages and other resources could not accommodate. And data science trainees need additional skills to analyze big data sets. I have edited a book on big data, and where we have several chapters, where on different healthcare, financial statistics, and all those things. So that's a different aspect. More than 63 years ago, John Tukey, professor of statistics at Princeton University, called for a reformulation of academic statistics, that is the statistics we teach for our undergraduate and master's students. He has written a paper, I quote, it's called The Future of Data Analysis, was published in the Annals of Mathematical Statistics in 1962. So before this data science concept has come up, this Professor Tukey, by the way, he is a pure mathematician. There is a subject called topology. So he has got his PhD in topology, and then he turned out to be a statistician. So he has published a paper in 1962. It's a 67-page paper, and there itself he talked about data science, but then he didn't call it data science. In those, that word was not there. It's called data analysis. So he explained what is the need for such a thing. In fact, he called it exploratory data analysis. That means you look at the data and then you do some analysis on that. It's called exploratory data analysis. He pointed out the existence of an as yet unrecognized science whose subject of interest was data analysis. Now, the reason why he couldn't do it, because there were no computers at that time. There was no method of analyzing a large amount of data. So he just theoretically he has pointed out. Data science involves the coupling of scientific discovery and practice, which in turn consists of the collection, management, processing, analysis, visualization, and interpretation of vast amounts of heterogeneous data associated with diverse array of scientific and interdisciplinary applications. Large data sets are encountered in meteorology, genomics, biological, and environmental research. They are also present in other areas such as internet search, finance, and business informatics. Data sets are as big as they are gathered using sensor technology. As I said a few minutes back, so everything is now sensor based. Even for cleaning the house, you have sensor based robotics type thing. So everything is sensor. You don't have to measure anything. So again, the old fashioned way statistics was you employ statistical investigators, you have to pay them. They have to go to the a village or something, collect the data and so on. But now you don't do that. Everything is internet. You just sit at your table in the room and then download that. So everything comes up. Most of the time, not always. Okay. there are examples of big data in areas which we can call big science and in science for research. These include data from Large Hadron Collision Experiment in Geneva, which monitors several sensors delivering data at 40 million times per second. The Large Hadron Collider experiment generates more than a petabyte of data per year. Another example of big data is the astronomical data called Sloan Digital Sky Survey. So these are all data which collects over the. Okay. Decoding human genome, which took 10 years to process earlier, can now be done in a week or possibly in a day. So earlier, if you want to know the DNA of any person, they have to some 3 months, 4 months it used to take. Then it is reduced it. Now we can do it in a day, but it is costly. You have to pay a lot of money. This is also an example of a big data. Human genome database is another example of a big data. A single human genome contains more than 3 billion base pairs. The 1000 Genome Project has 200 terabytes of data. Human brain data is an example of a big data. A single human brain scan consists of data on more than 200,000 voxel locations, which could be measured repeatedly at 300 time points. It's just to show how much data is there. For instance, if I go to a doctor and he takes ECG, there's a lot of data is there, it's coming up. Okay. So, for government, big data is present for climate simulation and analysis of and for national security areas. For private sector, companies such as Flipkart and Amazon, big data comes up from millions of back-end operations involving queries from customers, transactions, and from vendors. So big data, every place there is a big data now. Big data sizes are a constantly moving target. It involves increasing volume, which is amounts of data, velocity, speed of data in and out, and variety, range of data types and sources. Big data are high in volume, high in velocity, and also high in variety. It requires new forms of processing to enable enhanced decision making, insight discovery, and process optimization. So there is something common big data and data science. So during the last 25 years, several companies here and abroad are adopting data-driven approach to conduct more targeted services to reduce risk and to improve performance. They are implementing specialized data analytics. So when there is a data is big, you see again for those who had elementary statistics course, there are methods of visualizing. For instance, scatter diagram they call it, or a histogram. So these are the things which we teach in the first year students. Of course, even high school they teach now. Then, but if you have big data, what do you do with? How do you plot it? If you just plot all the million observations, you will just get a black sheet. You can't see anything there. So how do you visualize that? So they are implementing specialized data analytics to collect, store, manage, and analyze large data sets. For example, available financial data sources include stock prices, currency and derivative trades, transaction records, high frequency trades, unstructured news and text, consumer confidence and business sentiments from social media and internet, among others. For example, if you have purchased a car, say, you want to know how it is working, then you go to the, right? And I have a friend in the US, he has a company called Market Probe. So the basic thing what he does is every time there is a product, he asks the consumer, are you satisfied with the product? So he's just finding satisfaction. That means the sentiment on that. So there is what's called sentimental analysis. So when you put all your sentiments in a Facebook or Instagram or somewhere, so you collect all that data, so you will know how much the product is received by the general public. So that sort of information. That's called sentimental analysis. Analyzing these massive financial data sets help measuring firms' risks as well as systemic risks. Analysis of such financial data requires people who are familiar with sophisticated statistical techniques such as portfolio management, stock regulation, proprietary trading, financial consulting, and risk management. This is especially in the financial circles. Okay. Big data of various types and sizes. Massive amounts of data are hidden in social networks such as Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter, now known as X. These data reveal numerous individual characteristics and has been exploited. Government or official statistics is another example of big data. Now there are some problems. Big data doesn't mean everything is nice and smooth. In fact, big data creates some problems, which I will come to maybe a little later in my talk, especially when you are dealing with government statistics. Data scientist means a professional who uses scientific methods to analyze and create meaning from raw data. He or she should have a solid foundation in machine learning, algorithms, modeling, statistics, mathematics, and strong business acumen coupled with the ability to communicate findings to both business and IT leaders in a way that can influence how an organization approaches a business challenge according to the Data Science Association. Statistics means the practice of science of collecting and analyzing data in large or small quantities. So the basic idea of data science and statistics are the same. But the only thing is data science leads with many observations, where statistics deals reasonable number. Okay. Again, I come back to this John Tukey's paper. So in his 1962 paper, he identified 4 driving forces behind data science, which he called data analysis. One is formal theories of statistics, which we teach always to our students, developments in computer architecture and associated software, which was not available in 1962 when he wrote the paper, and large data sets and quantification in different disciplines. Then there is this gentleman called Cleveland. He wrote an article entitled, this is in 2001, Data Science, an Action Plan for Expanding the Technical Areas in the Fields of Statistics. But generally in this Department of Statistics, the word data science was not there even in 2001. So people have started proposing the subject of data science as one of the subjects or one of the fields of work and so on. So they didn't know what to do, and then he proposed these 6 branches. So you should have multidisciplinary investigations, models and methods of data, computing with data, teaching of techniques, evaluation of computer packages, and of course theory of statistics. So all these things should be taken care of in a data science, that's called an action plan. Based on this, most of the universities in USA, at least I know, for example, I gave the example of University of California, Berkeley, one of the famous departments of statistics in the USA. So they have based on these 6 branches. Over the last 50 years, many statisticians and data analysts developed computational environment for data analysis such as BMDP, SPSS, SAS, and Minitab, and more recently packages such as R in the personal computer era. R is today the dominant quantitative programming environment. Breiman, he is again another professor at University of California, Berkeley, said, I quote, "Statistics starts with data. Think of the data as being generated by a black box in which a vector of input variables x, which we may call independent variables, go in one side, and on the other side the response variable y comes out. Okay. So inside the black box, nature functions to associate the predictor variable with the response variable. There are 2 goals to analyze the data. So whenever you have a data, so you would like to know if this is the input, what is the output. So what is the connection between input and output? Of course, in the input, what is the large number of variables called variable selection. So suppose there are 100 variables, for example, there is a result in mathematics. If you have 100 observations, you can always have a 100-degree polynomial which fits those data. But that is not useful. 100-degree polynomial is very difficult to analyze. So you need to have, say, are there a large number of variables which explain the thing. So that's why prediction, to be able to predict what the responses are going to be future input variables. The other is inference. One is prediction, the other is inference. Prediction means if this is the input, what is likely to be the output? That is what. Inference means if this is the information, from which direction, from which variables explain this information. So these are the 2 aspects, prediction and inference. to infer how nature is associating the response variables to the input, to be able to predict what the responses are going to be to the future input. So what is today in data science programs? One is research design and applications for data analysis, and exploring and analyzing data, storing and retrieving data, applied machine learning, data visualization and communication. So you can divide them into these 5 aspects. Most Department of Statistics do not teach about storing and retrieving data, just because they don't have a computer facilities. Most of the department, for instance, in our country, Department of Statistics, I am not talking about Department of Computer Science, Department of Statistics don't have all these facilities, so usually they don't teach it. Nowadays, of course, different thing. Machine learning is a rapidly growing field at the intersection of computer science and statistics, concerned with finding patterns in data. It is responsible for advances in technology, from personalized product recommendations to speech recognition in cell phones. Understanding of probability and statistics and linear algebra is important for applied machine learning. Students have to be taught tools such as R and Python for handling large data sets. Data science course must involve a data analysis project with a large data set. So this is what nowadays it is being done. So you read the last sentence, data scientist is a person who is better at statistics than any software engineer and better at software engineering than any statistician. So you can characterize in that way the data scientist. Data science master's program should be a mixture of some material out of a statistics master's program to learn techniques to analyze large databases, and some material from computer science master's program with inputs from statistics and machine learning. So the activity of data science can be classified into 6 parts: data gathering, preparation and exploration, data representation and transformation, computing with data, data modeling, data visualization and presentation, and science about data science. So all the aspects of data science you can classify into these 6 aspects. So what are the, let's get a little more detail. Data gathering, preparation and exploration. Most of the effort devoted to data science is spent by diving into messy data to learn the basics of what is in them, so that data can be made ready for explanation. See, earlier times when you have a statistics alone, people had an aim to do what you are doing. Aim means, suppose I want to know average income in Hyderabad. Then what do? I make a design. Then I have what they call, I have information about how many people live here and so on. Then I classify that, maybe I take a sample of 1,000 from each of the district, and then take the average and so on and so forth. But now I don't do, I go to the computer and then analyze the data. Information is already there. So most of the effort devoted to data science is spent by diving into messy data to learn the basics of what is in them, so that data can be made ready for exploration. Data gathering includes traditional experimental design, survey sampling and other techniques as practiced by statisticians, but also a variety of modern data gathering techniques such as Google and Wikipedia. So now you go to Google and download the data. If you want in the stock market, if you want to know the price of a share in a particular day or for the last several years, several months, you just go to there and compute it and download. Of course, you have to pay for that. It's not free, but then it's available. Whereas earlier times that's not the case. So things have changed. Many data sets contain anomalies, mistakes and misprints. Any data-driven project requires identifying such issues. The data might need grouping, smoothing and subsetting. This process is sometimes called data cleaning. Tukey had coined the term exploratory data analysis. Every data scientist should devote time and effort to explore data to check its basic properties and to expose it unexpected features. This work adds crucial insights to every data-driven project. Mahalanobis discussed this issue several years earlier. Mahalanobis is the one who founded the Indian Statistical Institute. Okay, so he's the first one who has proposed surveys, what they call large-scale sample surveys, in whole world. He is the first one to do surveys at all. The idea of you can obtain information through a survey is, it originated from Mahalanobis. And in fact, he got Fellow of Royal Society based on his concept of large-scale sample surveys. This was several years ago. So Mahalanobis discussed this issue several years earlier and termed this process as scrutiny of data. A data scientist works with many different data sources. They will be in a wide range of formats, and the data scientist should be able to handle them. Hardware and software constraints are part of them. Data scientists may find a transformation restructuring the original data into a new and more revealing form. Sometimes you don't take directly the data, you have to make some transformation. And then you analyze the data. So that's also possible. Every data scientist should know and use several languages for data analysis and data processing. These include R and Python, and also some specific languages for transforming and manipulating text and for managing complex computational aspects. Cluster and cloud computing and the ability to run massive numbers of jobs on such clusters is an important aspect of modern computational scenario. Data scientists should be able to develop workflows which organize work to be split up over many jobs which can be run sequentially or across many machines in parallel. So there could be sequential processing or parallel processing. In fact, I tell my students, this is again, this aspect is so-called big data which is coming up now. So when you have big data which runs into millions of observations, the standard statistical techniques are not possible to apply. So what you do is apply what's called divide and rule policy. Okay, like the Britishers did to us. You divide them and then rule them. So that's what you do. If you have millions of observations, divide into say 10,000 each, and then analyze each separately and then combine the information. So this is called divide and rule policy, and that is useful in big data. Big data you divide into small samples and then analyze each one and combine the information. So that's what it is. That's called parallel processing. For those data visualization presentation, data visualization starts with standard histograms, scatter plots, and time series plots, but in recent times it can be taken more elaborate shapes. Data scientists decorate simple plots with additional color or symbols to bring important new factors. They create dashboards for monitoring data processing pipelines that access streaming or widely distributed data. Data modeling, this is what I said earlier, prediction and inference, what's called generative modeling. Here one proposes a stochastic model that could have generated the data and derives methods to infer properties of the underlying generative mechanism. Sometimes there is what's called R-square technique and so on. The second thing is predictive modeling. Here one constructs methods which predict well over a given specific data set in line with machine learning ideas. The science about data science. Data scientists are doing science about data science which they identify commonly occurring analysis or process workflows. Computing with data. R language transformed the practice of data analysis by creating a standard language which different analysts can all use to communicate and share algorithms and workflows. R language is used in many online presentations about data science initiatives. Tidy data, this is what I explained a few minutes back. So most of the time there are always misprints. Sometimes units also, persons don't use the same units. Different people use some different, one might measure things in inches, another might measure it in centimeters. But then if they combine the data, then that will create problems. So in fact, that famous thing from NASA in America. So somebody made some part of the machine which is going up in Europe, and the rest of the part they made it in the USA. They forgot to match the units. So that capsule blew up. So it has we have to be very careful with the units. Every 80% of data analysis is spent on the process of cleaning and preparation of data. There is a paper by a gentleman called Wickham. He developed a systematic way of thinking about messy data formats that are commonly encountered in data analysis. This paper appeared in 2014 Journal of Statistical Software and shows how to transform each subformat into tidy format. He introduced a set of tools in R to transform the data in a universal tidy data format. Each proposed notion of data science involves some enlargement of statistics we teach and machine learning. Data science is the science of learning from data. It studies the methods involved in the analysis and processing of data and proposes technology to improve methods in evidence-based manner. Harvard University has a journal. It's called Harvard Data Science Review. It is about 5 or 6 years old, and they discuss about different ways. According to the editor of the journal, the mission of the journal is really to help to define and shape what data science is exactly. This is a very famous journal. So most of these things I have discussed now. There is a paper by Baumer, a data science course for undergraduates, thinking with data. Then Breiman is the professor at Berkeley. He talked about statistical modeling. Then Cleveland wrote a paper on data science. And this is a very famous paper by Donoho. I think you should, everybody who is interested in data science should see that. 50 years of data science. Just remember, it was written in 2017. So Journal of Computational and Graphical Statistics. Then the paper by John Tukey, The Future of Data Analysis, which I explained a few minutes back. So there are several areas of data science. So finally I have come to the conclusion that data science is slightly more than statistics. So I have an open mind now. So to start with, I was wondering whether they are the same, but now I think they are different. But one is not completely apart from the other. So thank you for giving me a chance to talk to you about data science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening plenary session. Your expertise and thoughts on the topic data science overview have inspired and enriched all of us. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vijay Morampudi. Ladies and gentlemen,
We are honored to welcome Mr. Vijay Morampudi as our next plenary talk speaker. Vijay Morampudi heads the AICOE at... Yes, just brief introduction. Vijay Morampudi heads the AICOE at Marsh McLennan GCC, driving custom AI, Gen AI solutions with agentic AI and proprietary data. Let us welcome him with a AV.
ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vijay Morampudi. Mr. Morampudi is a senior director for the AI Center of Excellence at Axtria, where he is celebrated as a distinguished leader in AI and generative AI. His focus is on devising transformative AI strategies that deliver substantial business impact. Renowned for his accomplishments, he was named a top 5 Gen AI leader by the Analytics Vidya and was also honored an AI 100 leader by AIM in 2024. Vijay has established generative AI centers of excellence and successfully scaled AI solutions for more than 25 global enterprises. He is a strategic visionary who champions responsible and explainable AI and holds a PhD in biomedical and pharmaceutical sciences from the Université de Libre Bruxelles. He now leads the charge in revolutionizing business through agent driven AI and fine tuned small language models. It is now time to hear from the strategic visionary on the cut edge of enterprise transformation. Please join me in extending a profound and warm welcome to Mr. Vijay Morampudi.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you very much. It's simple. Let me know if you want to know more. I'm happy to provide more information. Do you know who he is? Okay. What's special about him? Okay. Anything else? Yes, as you had said, he's James Bond. When I'm growing up, I used to like his movies. Whenever I hear about a term agent, I always recollect James Bond, right? He's a secret agent, and he has access to all the latest weapons in the world, right? And he has full authority, power to accomplish the mission. Why I'm talking about him? When you want to build agents in an enterprise, do you really want to build an agent which can act autonomously without following the enterprise policies? Obviously not, right? So let's look at one more dimension. Any guesses how many decisions a person takes in a day? Some guesses. 200, okay. It is estimated that a person will take 35,000 decisions in a day. So including like what to wear, what to eat, and many other decisions as part of the work as well, right? Many of these decisions you take it subconsciously in your mind. You're automatically making the decisions on your own. Let's see that if an enterprise, if there are multiple people working in an enterprise, how many decisions do they take in a day? It is estimated that 15% of these decisions are going to be autonomously made by AI agents in the coming years. So you need to understand that when you are trying to develop the agents, how can you develop an agent which can follow the enterprise policy? At the same time, how do they make the decisions which is aligned with the right regulation? So in the next slide, I will talk about how can you design the agents which can follow these steps. As you can see here, this is the process. Let's assume that there are multiple steps in the process. There are 3 steps in this process here. In the first scenario, an AI agent will perform each task independently. A human is going to review the task performed by the AI, and the subsequent AI agent is going to perform the next step. So which we call it as human in the loop scenario. The second scenario is where you are not monitoring the output of each individual task, but here you are trying to focus on the outcome of the problem that you are trying to solve. In the third scenario, you don't have any human in the loop. So here, the AI is on itself performing a task and it's making a decisions. As you can see, the level of autonomy at which the technology is working is increasing from the above scenario to the below scenario. So when you are giving more power to AI, how do you control its behavior, right? So there are some other techniques that you can use to control the behavior of an agent. So if you want to agent to follow a certain pattern, so you can create a process which can follow certain steps, which we call it a guided process, right? Rather than you are allowing the agent to take decisions on its own and do things which are out of control. The second way is that this is more important, right? So as you know that in an enterprise there is a lot of data, and we just heard what is required to make the data more efficient. An agent cannot access every aspect of the data that it is required, right? You need to have the right policy controls so that an agent can only access the data that is relevant to it. So we need to define the right level of policies to access that data. Third important aspect is that every action the agent is performing, let's log that action. So what you can do is that you can look at the logs and see whether the agent is behaving as per the desired behavior or not. So that's the way that you can offline control how agent is performing and then improve the agentic process. So what essentially I'm trying to talk about in this particular slide and the previous slide is that in the previous slide we have seen that what is required in an enterprise. And this slide talks about how can you implement that behavior. The left side, it talks about what level of control that you want to give it to the agent, and the right side talks about how do you control its behavior. Now let's look at the life cycle of an agent, right? So what I observed is that many of the companies, they are in a hurry to adapt this new technology. Each department within the company, they are trying to create their own agents, which we call it as agent sprawl. So that means that agent is not following a certain pattern or a process. Each one is trying to create an agent. Certain agent is going to go and access a database. Certain agent is going and performing a deep research. And some other agent is trying to perform certain actions on the supply chain or on the financing side. What I typically recommend is that you need to follow a certain process, like the way how you onboard a person to a certain department, you need to onboard an agent to perform an action. So you need to design the agent. We have seen certain steps what you need to take care while designing an agent. You need to onboard the agent and you need to provide the right level of access to the agent. And when the agent is performing an action, log every action that the agent is performing. And finally, at certain point of time, you want to take away the agent from the system, right? That's where we need to revoke all the access relevant to the agent. So you need to decommission the agent. And when the agent is performing the actions, you do understand its behavior and try to improve the agent behavior. So that's how the loop continues. Any guesses what this image is? Yeah, but did you understand what is the incident that this image talks about? Okay. So last year there was an incident in California where all these autonomous cars which were parked in a parking lot, they started honking in the middle of the night. Why it happened? As you can observe here, because of the little congestion that happened at the parking lot, every car is trying to navigate and it is not collaborating with the other cars, and it is trying to honk it so that other car will give away the way for it to move forward. Why I am talking about here, when you are developing the agent, one of the important that you need to take care of is that how can your agents communicate with other agents, right? This is where there are important protocols that are defined in the industry. A2A is a protocol, one of the popular protocols, that agent-to-agent communication that is popularized by Google. You can use some of these techniques to build the communication between the agent. And second important aspect is that when these communications are happening, there are many traditional technologies like messaging queues and all these concepts that you can bring in and you can add into your solution architecture. So my recommendation is that design the agents in a correct way, onboard them, control their behavior while they are working on, and especially in terms of collaborating with other agents, ensure that your collaboration is performed in a right way. Okay. One of the important aspects that you need to take care while building an agent in an enterprise is that how can you define the process. Let's look at this image. So you have gone for a holiday, you have taken a nice image and you upload to the social media platform, you got so much likes. But if you see here, this is the original reality of the image. Why I'm talking about it is that many times whenever we see some AI agent use case or a demo, people showcase a demo in a small view, right? You build some quick solution and you see that how it is working. But in a production environment, what happens is that the real world scenario is completely different. We just heard from the previous session that real world data is messy. If you don't improve the data quality and if you don't take care of the data quality, your system will fail in the production. The second aspect is that many are trying to bolt on the agents onto a old process, which may never work. Agentic AI is not an add-on layer to the existing process. You need to completely redefine that process. I will talk about in the next slide what exactly I mean by process redesign. Okay, this is another important aspect that I would like to highlight here, right? When you talk about a process, what happens is that in an enterprise, let's take that finance, how to process an invoice and how to do the payments to the vendors. Many times there are some experts who knows that how to perform this process very well, especially in the edge case scenario. So when you're dealing with large, high volume contracts, right, high payment contracts, how the contract is defined, how do you review the contract, and how do you do the payment. What is happening currently is that instead of redesigning the process, you are trying to replace a step in the process with an agent, and you are calling it an agentic AI. This is going to fail. What is the ideal way that you need to follow? Sorry for that glitch in the presentation. First of all, you need to codify. An agent will never work without providing predetermined information, how a step needs to be performed. So the tacit knowledge that is there in the expert, you need to find a way to convert that tacit knowledge into a digital knowledge, right? So what you can do is that first of all, build some AI tools which can help you to gather that knowledge from the expert. Codify that knowledge, how a task is performed, how a decision is made by an expert. Use this information to build your agents. Then your process will work much better. Okay, this is another important aspect which I have observed is that nowadays everybody is behind LLMs. I want to use an LLM to build a chatbot. So let's assume a scenario that you want to control the inputs provided by a user, and you don't want your system to hallucinate and provide incorrect answers, and you want your system to tell that I don't know if somebody asks a question which is out of domain, right? If you have a scenario like this, don't try to force fit the recent version of chatbots designed by the LLMs. You already have a traditional chatbot which works really well for this scenario. Many times, people are trying to overfit a complex solution to a simple problem. My recommendation is that understand the problem better and see which of the technologies works better. Okay, so one more important aspect that I want to touch upon here is that right now, when you are using these agents in the process, many times agents are performing the task very well. The error rate is very low. Another challenge is that now we are using technology. We are processing most of the information in a very quick time, right? High level of information that you are processing. So that essentially requires more level of reviews of the output produced by the system. One of the problems that we are facing is that rubber stamping. Why I'm talking about rubber stamping is that in the previous slide, you've seen that you are keeping human in the loop to review the output produced by the agents. But here, what I'm trying to say is that humans, when they are reviewing so many outputs, instead of going through every request in detail, they are trying to give just an acceptance without actually reviewing it. So that's a big problem in an enterprise. So you need to define the process correctly in such a way that what an expert can review, right? Which of the outputs you need to be flagged for an expert for review. That is an important decision that you need to take care while designing a system. Second important aspect is that when an agent is producing an output, right? Does the user have an authority to override the output produced by the agent? Let's assume a doctor is using an agent, right? And you built a good AI system to detect, to diagnose a problem from an MRI scan image. Now the agent told that there is a brain cancer, right? And does the doctor has enough information to override the output produced by the AI solution, right? So especially in a regulated industries where you are trying to deploy these solutions, you need to define this very, very carefully so that the person who is reviewing the output produced by AI, they know when to override, and if they are overriding it, what is the criteria that they are using to override the system. Third important aspect is that this is very, very important, right? Let's assume that your system has not produced the correct output. Now a person is reviewing it. Do they know that what is the information that they need to provide so that the system can learn in future from the failures, right? So you need to define the right kind of checklist. Hey, you look at all these aspects to see whether the output is correct. If the output is incorrect, label it, why it is incorrect. Use that information to improve your system. So this is very, very important. A few more things that I want to talk in terms of the role design is that if you see the above one, earlier, a human is performing the task most of the time, and he is spending very little time in terms of reviewing. That's what you can see in that triangle. The below layer talks about time spent on executing a task, and the top layer talks about the review time. But in the new scenario, where AI is performing the task execution, your role is changing from execution of the task to looking at the output produced by the AI system and also handling the exception scenarios. More importantly, you are focusing on improving the knowledge bases, right, which is required to perform the task better. You need to change your way of executing, right? That's where the critical thinking is important. Critical thinking essentially talks about how did you arrive at the solution, why it is correct, why it is incorrect. You need to develop that ability to analyze the output produced by the solution so that you can identify what is correct and what is not correct. So this requires upskilling, right? So you need to spend time to learn this new skill and adapt to the new scenario that how enterprises are adapting. What is important that I displayed here is that enterprises are spending a lot of money on these AI tools. Every dollar that they invested in spending the tools, you need to spend the equal amount of money in terms of training your people, which is missing in most of the enterprises. The companies which are so successful, they spent a lot of time in terms of reskilling their people to perform these high-end jobs. Yeah, let me talk about how a person can acquire a skill, right? Typically what happens, you read something or you observe something and you gain an understanding about. You create an idea about that concept, you create a mental map in your mind that how things works, and then when you are practicing it, you apply what you learned for a period of time and you can gain the expertise, right? So when you are practicing it, you try to recall what you learned and you try to apply that knowledge to solve the problem. When you do this for a period of time, you become an expert. Let's look at these two curves. The left side curve talks about learning. Initially, when you are reading, you have some level of expertise. When you are applying it, your knowledge level will increase, right, for a period of time. Look at the other curve, forgetting curve. You learned something, and if someone asks you a question on the concept before you apply something, after 1 hour, you will forget 50% of the things what you learned. If you don't apply your skill over a period of time, you will forget most of the things what you have learned. Why I'm talking about it? This is one of the fundamental questions that many people are asking me. How many of you are developers here who can write code? Okay, I can see a few hands. People who started using AI coding agents during their college days itself, they are never getting a chance to skill themselves. You are missing that path of applying the learnings, what you have learned, right? Second, people who already learned the concept, now you are completely relying on technology. You are not doing things on your own. You never trying anything of writing code on your own at certain point of time. You are de-skilling yourself for a period of time. Both are not good. My recommendation is that use technology to learn faster, use technology to solve things faster, but don't completely rely on the technology. You understand how the technology works, and that helps you to keep yourself competent in this new age. This is another important aspect. I am facing this problem every day. What is happening? There are certain group of people who are completely relying on the tools. They are offloading the work to the tools, and AI is doing the work. AI is producing the suboptimal work. They are not looking at the output produced by the AI. And the expert who is reviewing that work, he is faced with a lot of work. I will give you an example. You have developers and you have architects. Architect is an expert in how the code works. Developers are using the code generation tools to write the code. They are writing hundreds of lines of code and they are sending the request for architect to review. Architect is overloaded with reviewing all the code. If I ask somebody to create a design document, they will create a wonderful, nicely created document and they send it to me. 50 pages. I have to read that document to understand what is correct, what is incorrect. So right, this is becoming a problem. My suggestion is that if you are owning a technology or AI tool, be responsible to review the output and the ownership of the output produced by the system. Don't delegate that responsibility to somebody else, right? I want to talk about some challenges while designing the agentic AI systems, especially the failures part. Let's assume you have a process with multiple steps and it is finally producing a result. What happens if there is an error in the system? Let me ask you this, right? I have 5 steps in the process. Each step is 90% accurate. What is the final accuracy of the overall process? I have a process with 5 steps. Each process is 90% accurate. What is the final accuracy? Okay, so it's not 90%, definitely, right? It's much lower. Why? Because the error is propagated from one step to the other step. By the time the final output is produced, it is much lower. It's a multiplicative effect. So if you have 5 steps with each step with 90% accurate, the overall accuracy will be around, I think, 58%, or so close to 60%, right? So when you are designing a system, it's not necessary that your individual step is more accurate. If the final output is not that good enough, it won't be good enough to use in a production environment. Of course, it won't be that low as 60%, it will be around 80% or so, because every step may not fail at the same time. So even if you take an average, it will be 80% or above. But what is important for you when you are designing a system to reduce this error rate is that, let's assume that there are, how many? There are 7 steps here, and 3 steps are successfully completed, and 4th step failed. What you need to do? You need to design a system in such a way that you need to try that step multiple times because it might have failed for various reasons, right? And you need to have a fallback option. If the primary option is not working, what should I do? Even if the fallback option is also not working, then your system is intelligent enough to detect that error, notify the user, and user can decide whether it can skip that step or whether it can ready to accept the partial result. So you need to build a system with this capability, which is more important. Second important aspect is that if the step fails, don't restart the process from the beginning again. You need to save the state at regular state so that you can start from the point of failure. So these are some of the important considerations you can take care while you are designing the system, because I believe that there is only one or few paths where a system end-to-end process is successful, but there are many paths where the system is going to fail. So design the system to be fail-proof and catch the errors, notify the user, let the reviewer knows that how the system made a decision. Another important aspect, now you built a great system by following all these design principles. How do you evaluate your system? Many times, what happens is that people try to create a nice, clean data set, test data set, and they test the system on that data set, and they project the results. But as you heard from the previous session, real-world data is noisy, right? You need to test your system on the real-world data set, not just on the lab data set that you created. And second important aspect when you talk about agents is that agent execution is not linear path. Typically, when you generate a solution earlier, it follows certain path, right? So predetermined input, predetermined path, and predetermined output. But when you are testing an agentic AI system, you will not have a predetermined input, no predetermined path, but output is more or less same. So this is completely different. The way how you evaluate the system needs to be changed. I request you to take care of these considerations rather than following a fixed path in generating a output. See whether your system is following the policies designed as per your enterprise, right? As it following the policies, as it following the regulation, these are the things that you need to evaluate when you are testing the system. Another important aspect that you need to take care of is that when you are talking about multi-agent systems, means which have multiple agents working together to solve a problem, don't try to over-optimize a single agent, right? How good is your single agent? Like the way I said, you need to look at the overall end result. You need to look at how your agent is interacting with the other agents that might lead to some other failure problems, right? Understand the interacting patterns between these agents and try to evaluate your system better. Okay. So there is a joke that we talk about in the industry. There are more pilots in an enterprise than the pilots in airlines, right? So what my recommendation is that when you are designing a system, think about how you can scale the system right into the production. Some organizations are trying to do that from day one, but this is what my recommendation is that there are many challenges that when you are trying to scale a system in an enterprise. Understand those challenges first and see that what is the hypothesis you are building, what is the experiment you are performing to validate or de-risk your system so that it can scale successfully in the production. So that is what important. Don't try to create a demo just to showcase that this is working. Create a demo, what hypothesis you are validating, which will help you to move your solution into the production. That is more important. So you need to strike a balance between, instead of doing everything from beginning, have that mindset, start small, grow big. This is another important aspect. Many times we believe that I have built a great product, but people are not using it. I don't know why. All right? I have a saving for this. Operation success, patient dead. Right? Why I'm saying this? Okay, let me ask you one question, right? How many of you here are happy to bring in change? Everybody, right? How many of you are happy to follow a change? Not many, right? The same case happens everywhere. If I ask my developers to do something, there are few people who happily agree to do it. I call it as the ambassadors. There are few people who try to always distract. There are some people wait and see what happens. As a leader, many times we try to create a wonderful business case. This is the ROI. This is the revenue we are generating. My recommendation is try to create human value story. What is in it for me? That is important, right? So nobody cares about what you are building, right? You need to engage the people who are going to use your system from day one and define a scenario along with the business case, what is in it for them. That way you can get a buy-in from most of the people. This is one of the popular change management theory, Kubler-Ross change curve. What it essentially says that initially people will be so excited, and once they start using it, they feel that system is not doing well. That's the frustration time. And then over a period of time, it picks up. As a leader, what you need to do is that identify what is causing the problem in your system, right? Try to improve your system so that you can reduce that frustration time and you can improve that change management time. So instead of the red curve, you can bring it to the thick green curve if you are able to follow some of the best practices that we discussed in the previous section. Another important aspect is that share the success stories, right? So you have brought in a system, there might be some things which are really working well. Use your ambassadors to change those, to publish those success stories so that you can get a buy-in from more people. When more people started using the system, you obviously identify more problems, you can fix it, you can reiterate and improve the system. This is another important slide, right? Time to value. So how do you generate value? Essentially what you write. You have a problem, you identified a problem statement, you use great technology, you onboarded users, you launch the product. It takes time for you to generate the business value. When your users are started using the system, then you get the feedback. Use that feedback to improve the system, and then you roll out with more updates to the additional number of users, you generate additional business value, and over a period of time you roll out to the entire population. Why I'm talking about it? Many times we believe that change management is easy. We have seen in the previous slide, right? It's not so easy. So you need to take care of it so that the solution that you are building will be more successful. More important thing is that it requires 3x more money to bring in the change management than just building a solution. Many times enterprises and people will forget about this. Just I bought something, use it. Why it's not working? You have not planned for the reskilling the people, you have not planned for the change management, that's why it's failed. In one of the use cases that we worked on for a healthcare company, it took us 24 weeks to roll out the entire system and improve the system accuracy. So it takes time to get the value, build a system, build the feedback loops, make the users understand, identify the failure points, improve the system over a period of time. This is another important aspect that I want to talk about. Am I on time? 5 minutes, okay. I will wrap it up quickly. So let's assume that there is a task which takes some hours now, and you are using technology, you are able to do it much quickly, 70% of the time, and you are able to save 30%. Many times people think that why I am not getting the productivity benefit. What happens when you got 30% saving, obviously you take a break, and you try to do things which you have not done earlier, and when there is a switching from one task to other task, there is a task switching effort that will go away. Even if you try to optimize a step in a task, if your downstream tasks are not optimized, you don't see the benefit of it. Essentially what is happening is that 30% savings is ultimately leading only to the 50% savings that you have. So that's the problem, right? So when you are looking at the value, understand where you are losing the value and try to optimize it there. Second important aspect, I think it's not coming out clearly. The first diagram talks about from the effort savings. So let's take a scenario, right? So you are a developer, you are writing code, now you are doing things 30% faster. Are you trying to write more code using the saved effort? That you are doing the same task, but more of the same task. The second, look at the second one. Now you saved some time. What can you do with that additional saving time? Can you do some research, identify some novel technique to solve some other problem? So think about how can you use the saved effort, right? That's where you can bring in the value. There are times where you can do more of the same work, but that's a cognitive load on the people. But if you give them an opportunity to do better things by providing the right skills, you can generate more value. That is more important. This is my favorite slide. Probably I will end with this. You have powerful technology. Let's assume that sports car you are getting on a rent. You don't have to spend millions. You got that car, you are going on a holiday trip, enjoying, good. Now you are using the same car to come to office or college. Still good. But if you ask me, where is the value in the first two scenarios? No value, right? You have money, you are buying it, enjoying like the life. But where is the value? If you take that car and participate in a sports race and win it, that's where you see the value. For that, you need to have a good infrastructure, good roads. If you use the same car on the normal roads, right? It's like if you don't have the infrastructure and data, even if you try to do some great model, nothing works. Why I'm talking about it? People, because of this code generation tool or some other AI tool, they are trying to do some wipe coding, whatnot, everything, right? Non-coders are doing code things. Good, it's a fun, do it. Second thing, there people are doing a lot of demos, right? I said a lot of pilots in enterprise than pilots in airlines. Still good. Don't ask value in the first two scenarios. Where is the value? If you are elevating the developer experience and if you are trying to build a product and launch the product fast to market, that's where you can see the value. So if you follow the steps what I discussed earlier, probably you can achieve this, right? So I'm sharing some of the best practices that I have seen in the last 2 years may not be technical, but these are important when you are trying to solve an enterprise scale use cases. I will end with this. I will not talk about the 2 use cases that I want to, because I don't want to stop your lunch time. Thank you all for this opportunity. Enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you, sir, for enriching us with your knowledge and expertise. I now request Dr. G. Vishnumurthy, Dean CSE, to felicitate our speaker. I request Sierra sir to be on the day. Off చేసాను మేడం మీరు
మేడం ఇంకోటి ఉంది కదా.
I request all the participants to join us for lunch, and we'll be assembling here again by 2:15. Right?
For the keynote session?
For the keynote session in the same venue.
Post lunch we'll be having Krishna Reddy. 1:30.
వెళ్తున్నారు మళ్ళీ వచ్చాక మాట్లాడండి. I request the scholars to please stay back here for 5 minutes. Research scholars of Anurag University.
Post lunch we'll be having a keynote session from Professor P. Krishna Reddy sir. So please be available at 2:15 sharp. Amen. అదే చెప్పాను కదా సార్.
We have to call them for a group photo because again we are not getting the chance. So that's why we asked them to stay back just after a group photo. అంటే బాలరాజ్ సార్ ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్ తీసుకోవాలి. ఆయన గెస్ట్ ఉన్నారని లంచ్కి తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. సో సార్ we would request all the research scholars to come on to the dais for a group photo. Please, all the research scholars of Anurag University, please come on to the dais. I would also request Professor Balram sir to please join us on the dais. All the research scholars of the Anurag University, please join us for a group photo.
ఇక్కడ ఎట్ట కనిపిస్తాం కింద నిలబడదాం పోయి కింద నిలబడదా
వద్దు ఏడని
వెళ్దామంటే వెళ్దాం, కిందకి వెళ్దాం.
సరిగ్గా కనిపించరేమో.
Thank you very much to one and all. Please have a quick lunch and come back to the same hall. Thank you.
competition.
అవునండి.
Okay, okay. Actually, I was searching you in that. PPT
సో
is there, sir.
నాది ఉన్నది ఐ కెన్ యాక్సెస్ ద వెబ్సైట్ కదా.
They will give access.
So
no
will
problem.
you give me can I make a presentation using here only? Can you give me that one?
Okay.
ఉన్నదా?
Maybe they will give. No problem. Otherwise, that people will come and then only.
You got some this one.
Madam, either ma'am, these people, sir, need to check something. Sir,
ల్యాప్టాప్ కనెక్ట్ చేస్తా మేడం.
sir wants that to
చేయొచ్చా?
use on laptop.
ఓకే. ఆన్లైన్ కాదు, నేను కొంచెం ఒక వెబ్సైట్.
Internet connection, I will give.
ఐ నో దిస్ ఆడిటోరియం కదా. ఐ నో చెప్పారు నాకు వాళ్ళు 1 2 3 4
9 at the rate, sir.
8 9
At the rate.
1 to 9, na?
Yes, sir. 1 to 9.
Good.
Just to check internet.
ఓకే, వచ్చేస్తుందండి. ఒకటి నాది వస్తుంది. ఓకే ఓకే చేస్తాను. కానీ ఇది నాకు ఇది కనెక్ట్ చేస్తే నాకు కొద్దిగా ఈజీ అవుతుంది.
It will connect, no?
Yeah, sir. Will.
అంటే ఆ డ్రైవ్ ఉన్నదా మేడం? ఇది వి హావ్ టు
Pen drive
పుట్
కావాలా, sir?
పెన్ డ్రైవ్ కాదు, ఇది ఇది ఇది
Oh,
HDMI के.
HDMI, हाँ, yes, sir.
HDMI directly I think, sir.
Yes, yes.
ఉన్నది.
Oh, no problem. HDMI.
రాని అయితే రాని అయితే.
Sounds are also required?
No, no need.
Sound is not required. Okay, then it is not a problem.
ఓకే. నేను కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆర్గనైజ్ చేస్తున్న పాంప్లెంట్స్ ఇచ్చారు కదా.
Actually, I don't know Telugu. That's.
We are organizing conference. I hope they have distributed that one. I am organizing this conference.
I taken.
This one.
Your conference pamphlet.
Yeah,
taken.
this one. You are doing actually.
I taken here.
Yeah.
This one, na? I taken from. You are organizing in Delhi?
Yeah.
Okay. I worked there 14 years. Delhi NCR. In ITS, IMS college. I was in college. Related to Abdul Kalam Technical University.
Okay, good. నేను చేస్తాను.
విండో స్పీకర్
అంతే కదా.
ఎస్ సార్ డూప్లికేట్ ఓకే
అది ఆన్ చేయాలి. ఇది you have to switch on this one. It will come. It will come.
So presentation is also present in this only.
No, everything is.
Okay.
ఇదే కదా ఇంకేం. This is the presentation.
Mouse is working properly.
No, working. Yeah.
Sir, you can relax for a few minutes.
Okay.
Because now lunch is.
ఈ బ్లాక్ ఆడిటర్ ఉండరా? ఈ బ్లాక్ ఆడిటర్ ఈ బ్లాక్.
Sir, please relax. Because now at least 5 minutes. This app, sir, proper.
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఉన్నారా?
చేస్తాంలే ఓకేనా. యాక్చువల్లీ దెర్ ఇస్ a view there is a AV sir so that has
మీరు మా అఫ్రెండ్స్ పబ్లిక్
Please welcome Shri P.V. Please welcome Shri P.V. Krishna Reddy, Mr. Please welcome Shri P.V. Krishna Reddy. Mr. Krishna is the esteemed Managing Director of. Please welcome Shri P.V. Krishna Reddy. Mr. Krishna is the esteemed. Please welcome Shri P.V. Krishna Reddy. Mr. Krishna is the esteemed Managing Director of Mega Engineering.
Very welcome to all once again after the lunch. I kindly request you to please take your seats as we are going to start with our keynote address. I would like to invite Professor P. Krishna Reddy, Professor of Computer Science, IIIT Hyderabad, on topic Crop Darpan app, empowering farmers through data science and AI to diagnose crop health problems. We welcome you, sir, through the AV.
Please welcome. Please welcome Shri P.V. Krishna Reddy. Mr. Krishna is the esteemed Managing Director of Mega Engineering and Infrastructure Limited, or MEIL, a company he co-founded that has grown into a multi-sector, multi-billion-dollar global infrastructure major. Under his dynamic leadership, MEIL has executed some of the nation's most complex and transformative projects, including the monumental Kaleshwaram lift.
Professor P. Krishna Reddy is a faculty member at IIIT Hyderabad. He is the head of Agricultural Research Center and the member of Data Sciences and Analytics Center research team at IIIT Hyderabad. He holds a doctorate in computer science from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. His research spans data mining, database systems, and IT for agriculture. With around 250 publications, Sir has supervised 41 research scholars, and he has organized and chaired multiple flagship conferences and has delivered several panel talks at the reputed conferences and workshops globally. He has received several awards and recognitions and has executed 16 funded research projects worth about rupees 80 million. Currently, he is investigating the building of Crop Darpan system, which is a crop diagnostic tool for farmers with the funding support from India-Japan Joint Research Laboratory Program. We welcome you, sir.
I think this is okay. This is okay. Yeah, నేను కనెక్ట్ చేస్తాను లేదు This is also okay, I think. Okay. Hello, okay. So actually, thank you. Actually, I have to finish the talk within 30 minutes. Anyway, so what should I do is that first I want to explain about this conference, okay? So this is the conference I am organizing in Delhi. So I request each PhD student to submit a paper. We have a deadline in May, so you have more than 5 months to prepare. Also, I request each of your friend who is doing PhD also to prepare a paper for this. This is a flagship conference. I think it has awarded A grade for some years, but definitely above B, B plus. So basically, we already issued a call for papers. This is the research track, application data track, industry track, large language models track, survey and vision track, doctoral consortium track, journal track, and special sessions and tutorials. This will be in Delhi. So definitely, if you publish a paper here, it is equivalent to a PhD. So those who are PhD scholars who already completed the work in India and you especially, this is IEEE conference, so I hope you know. I already circulated a pamphlet, so just try to submit the paper. Okay? With that, I start my talk. So today talk is a crop darpan app. I'm a data scientist. I'm a data science researcher. We developed it for farmers over spending 2 decades of time. So what you do is that each one of you should download this app. It is available in App Store and Apple Store. So Crop Darpan app you can download. Just type in the Google or just Crop Darpan app. I'm going to talk about this app. Okay? So before that, a little bit, there's a cropdarpan.com website is also available, and you can check. These are my research areas anyway. The question now is that, let us go to some basics. This is 2009 data. This graph is about percentage of people from population who are earning $1.25 per day in 2009 statistics. Now you can say $2, $1.50, I think. You can say little bit improvement, but $2 per day is also a small amount of money. So as for these statistics in 2009, and if you go to villages, you can understand actually. I hope all of you are from villages. Normally they earn about 100 or 200 rupees every day. In India, 41 to 60% earn less than $1 a day actually. This is 2009. You can say less than $2. This is the fundamental cause for all the problems. If you don't earn, you don't go to school. If you don't go to school, you don't get skills. If you don't get skills, you don't get employment. If you don't get employment, you don't eat well. As a result, there will be load on hospitals, malnutrition. So what is the challenge? Because there are a lot of young people here. The challenge before you and me, we are considered intelligent because you have secured admission in Anurag University. The challenge before you and me is that how to build systems and startups and companies, services, to bring this population out of poverty. That is a general problem, and each one of us should think. I'm going to give you some ground in the next slide. Another advantage is that everybody has a smartphone and capabilities are increasing. So everybody in India, irrespective of poor or rich, has a smartphone. They are able to pull the information services if you create them. If you create them. The research question here is that what kind of services you are going to create to bring change in their life. That is the research question. So the question now is that overall, if you see the past century or even past few centuries, the left say livelihood technologies, which are useful every day. Forget about IT. There are other technologies also. agriculture technology, education methodologies, medical technologies, artisan, employment generation, resource distribution. These technologies were there century back and 2 centuries back when kings ruled, autocratic rule, dictatorship rule, finally democracy. They were trying to, the politicians or political systems are trying to push these services to the target population. Unfortunately, in India, we have rural and urban poor, uneducated farmers, unemployed youth, undernourished, having little incomes. That's why we elect our governments. So what is the new thing? New thing is ICTs. So they have some capabilities. For example, in communication, internet mobile networks, smartphones, decision support systems, data science and AI, parallel access, online access, information service framework, cloud and big data. The research challenge here is that how to mix these and this and build the systems to improve the performance of these livelihood technologies, to bring the change to target population. What should we do? So you need collaborate. You are IT researcher, so you don't know about agriculture, you don't know about medical domain, you don't know about education domain. What you do is that you collaborate with one of the experts and study some research papers, let them study your research papers, understand the capabilities of each other's capabilities, technologies, paradigms, and try to build new systems. So that's what you required. Another surprising thing is that even ICTs you can replace with mechanical engineering technologies, civil engineering technologies, mechanical engineering technologies, electronics technologies. Then now I'm giving you hundreds of research problems to you where each one of you can work for lifelong. So what I did was that I took one research problem, spent last 2 decades. I'm going to share my experience actually in this talk. So I attended one talk 20 years back by database researchers. Henry Korth, you know, the database researcher. You study database systems by Korth book. He wrote one paper saying that what kind of research we should do for next 20 years. 20 years back he wrote. He said that one of the research agenda is to build personal information systems. He said that everybody on this earth needs some information every day morning to improve his productivity, in bluntly speaking, to bring more money to his pocket. So what kind of information system we should build? There will be hundreds of information systems we can build. So assume that he said that after 20 years, everybody has a PDA and LPC or laptop. Now we have a smartphone. That assumption was fulfilled. What is not done? Service generation. What kind of services we have to generate? So we have to do more research, okay? So with this, what happened that then I posed a question, since I am from farming background, what farmers want every day morning. So a typical farmer cultivates few farms. He need advice for every farm, what kind of steps he should take, whether he should take any steps or not. Suppose I imagine a farmer of 2 to 3 acres and he is illiterate, functionally literate. So we need water for each farm. We need finance for each farm. These are the research problems, but they are political problems also. You have to harvest every drop of the water. Also, we have to convince banks to give loans. These are political problems. I said that every piece of land, maybe 2 acres, 3 acres, 5 acres, needs some knowledge, actionable knowledge, every day or once in a week. So to reduce crop failure, low income risk, means I am cultivating a cotton farm, I need advice every 10 days from sowing to harvesting. Can we do this? But are we doing that? We are not doing that. Farmers still are not getting advice, actionable advice. So the problem is like you build an Arjun Sagar dam, forgot to dig the canals. So we got agriculture knowledge dams like universities, departments, ICACII institutes, but farmers are not carrying out scientific practices. So we do not have knowledge canals for each farm for flowing knowledge like water. The existing radio-based systems, video-based systems, website-based systems assume that most of the district is facing same problem, most of the state is facing same problem, a generalization. So the research problem is that we have agriculture knowledge dams, we do not have agriculture knowledge canals where actionable knowledge should flow to every farm of India. The research question was same 20 years back. How to build a knowledge canal to deliver actionable knowledge to each farm in a regular manner. So you can see this question, whether is it a silly question? First thing, what kind of he is talking, whether he is talking about building a knowledge canal to every farm of India. But if you observe other domain, like literacy, we don't question that everybody needs literacy. It's assumed, every child needs literacy. We are educating every child. We said that every house needs a road connection. Everybody needs a drinking water, everybody needs a skill. Where skill program is going on, implemented by government. Even 100 days rural employment guarantee program, everybody needs employment. My question is that, when you are doing personalization in other area, why don't you implement farm-specific knowledge delivery systems? I will show you that it will create more impact, significant impact, even it can increase the GDP also. Because provide actionable knowledge to every farm of India, improves water and finance utility, and benefit poor and marginal farmers. So I implemented first system called ESAGU, and second system village level ESAGU, third system crop darpan. So first what I do is that, I hope some of you might have downloaded, I will demonstrate the system and deliver the talk. So that would be appropriate, because if time limit's over, then I will not miss anything. What I do is that, I demonstrate the web-based version of this one. Crop darpan. Yeah, now I got it. So now, okay. Now this app is like this when you visit the crop. It is assumed that farmer will download the app and walk in the field. My assumption is that every farmer has smartphone, or majority of the farmers in the village are smartphones, or at least 25 to 50 farmers should have smartphone. This assumption should be true, even however poor the village is. It means that other farmers will ask them. Okay, so so this app is now, we are going to release for chili crop also, now cotton, paddy and chili. I'm a cotton farmer. I am walking in the field every day. I don't know what is the problem. So I'm demonstrating in English. So click here if you don't know disease name. Okay, this is the first option. Click here if you know the disease name. If you don't know the disease name, we will have table lookup. Simple table lookup. I have replicated every our book, agriculture book. I will click this one, right side. Okay, then okay. So it is the table lookup. I know the disease name. I will give the advice. Okay, simple. The table lookup. I contacted agriculture scientists. They gave advice. This goes in Telugu language also. Okay, okay. So it goes in Telugu language also. It means that it can be copied to 25 languages of India. There is no problem. I am demonstrating in English. Okay, this is over. This is simple table lookup, and somebody thinks that they have a book. This is the book I am giving to the app. So you see, I got about how many 37 problems are there for cotton. Any of the 37 problems you can detect. So now the question is that I don't know what is my problem. I don't know what is my problem. If I know the problem, you go to right side and get the solution. So now if I see this one, it will display the following questions. Do you observe any damage on balls? Do you observe any damage on flowers? Do you observe any damage on leaves? Forget about other questions. If answer is no, your crop is fine and go and sleep well. It means that it is working as an audit system. Every morning you go, try to cross this wall. If you are crossing this wall, means there is a problem. Either you have leaf problem, you have ball problem, or you have lint problem, or you have stem damage. Suppose I got some damage on balls, high level damage. Yes. So, or you can go to in Telugu also. So, ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది కాయల మీద నష్ట లక్షణాలు ఉన్నాయా, పూత మీద ఉన్నాయా, ఆకుల మీద ఉన్నాయా. సో తెలుగులో ఈజీగా అర్థమవుతుంది కదా, క్లియర్గా. ఇంకా నేను ఇంకా చూపెడతాను. I will demonstrate in English. Now, yes. So then second level question will come. So you got a high level problem, some problem. So what kind of problem? Hierarchy. Do you find an insect larvae inside outside ball? Do you find spots on ball? Do you find premature shedding of balls or balls not opening? One of the problems should be true. High level problem is true. One of the sub problems should be true. Then if you insect any, yes, the answer is yes. Then third is, do you have a blackish color insect, grayish color insect, or pink color insect? Then okay, ఇది click చేసినాము. పగిలిన కాలిపై పారదర్శకంగా ఉండే తెలుపు రంగు రెక్కలతో నలుపు రంగు గోధుమ రంగు పురుగులు ఉన్నాయా? Farmer can easily identify. We visited hundreds of villages. Telugu answer, Telugu question is so meaningful. Day to day they are saying these kind of things actually. We can add images also here. Later on we will do it. రెక్కలపై రెండు నల్లటి మచ్చలు గల బూడిద రంగు గోధుమ రంగు పురుగులు లేదా రెక్కలు లేని ఎరుపు రంగు పురుగులు ఉన్నాయా? దేర్ నో కన్ఫ్యూజన్ యాక్చువల్లీ. ఓకే, అవును. ఇక్కడ అవును అంటే యా మురికి నల్లి. దిస్ ఇస్ ద అడ్వైజ్. ఎకరానికి ప్రొఫెనోపాస్ వాడండి. ఓకే, సో దట్స్ ఇట్. So you can just click, you can play with the app. If you have any problem, let me know actually, because I'm giving you lab. Suppose this is the second question. Yeah, this is the red cotton bug. Chemical diagnostic advice, this one. So in this, within answering 3 questions, you can find out the problem. So this is what the app does. There's a lot of logic inside it, and I'm going to explain some of the logic in the rest of my presentation. You can download, app is available. So I'm going to, there's a lot of experiments have been done, and 2 projects are implemented. So I'm going to explain about crop darpan too. Okay, there's some problem. Okay, I think this is working. I can make a presentation. So yeah, so what is the logic? I'm going to tell you that how I extended database concepts, data science concepts, human in the loop concepts to build this system. So the question is that there is a perceptual issues and other issues are there. Overall systems can be categorized into pull-based systems, push-based systems, hybrid systems. So now we are designing a kind of pull-based system. The use case is simple. Most of the farmers will have high-end mobile phones with internet connectivity and increase the number of educated farmers. So the research question was how to build a smartphone application to guide the farmer to identify the field problem and get the solution. Simple. A farmer visits the farm through smartphone. And after seeing the crop problem in person, farmer should use this tool to identify the crop problem. I already demonstrated to you. With this, what is happening? what will happen is that farmer is empowered. What is empowerment? You have to solve your own problems. You should not depend on others as far as possible. So with this tool, giving 1 day training or few hour training, farmer can, okay, thank you. Farmer can empower himself. Also capacity building, he can learn also. So how this tool was built, what are the basic ideas we used? In the database system course, you might have done concept of generalization. So, for example, when a requirement analysis is done, after that you develop ER schema, so-called entity relationship diagram, where you apply generalization specialization. So generalization is abstraction which enables the class of individual objects to be thought as generically as a single named object. So for conceptualizing the real world also, we generalize it. We say dog, it's a collection of all the dogs, for example. Okay? It's a white dog, everything. We use the generalization. So, for example, this is a vehicle. Can be air vehicle, land vehicle, water vehicle. Air vehicle can be plane or helicopter. Suppose there are questions here. Suppose somebody saw some vehicle on the road, he is calling you. What is this vehicle name? He doesn't know. Then you will ask, oh, is it a, you will ask some question related to air vehicle, land vehicle and water vehicle. Oh, this is the property the vehicle is having, answer is yes or no. Then you dig further. You identify some property and ask that question. After confirmation, you say, oh, this is the truck kind of thing. So high level to low level you reach, okay? Also another thing is that 24 question game. Childhood you might have played. Two children play game each other. So one child imagines some object, other child asks the question, is round or square, what is the color, makes sound, all kinds of things. The other child should say yes or no. Finally, other child objects identify the problem. So this logic is also applied in Crop Darpan, actually, because somebody is asking questions, somebody is confirming, okay? You understand? The third important paper is visual recognition with a human in the loop. So you see the left diagram. Is it chair or aeroplane? You can easily do, isn't it? You can easily say chair or aeroplane. All machine learning systems are good at this. When objects are very diverse, they are good at classifying it. But the second thing, it is finch or bunt. Finch is the type of bird, bunt is the type of bird. Difficult for human beings. All machine learning systems also confuse here. Let us go to third object, where we are not asking object level question, we are asking feature level question. Is it yellow belly or blue belly? Easy to answer. So question is, ask the feature level questions and classify. For example, is the body white? Yes. Are the eyes white? Yes. The bird is Parki Taklet. I hope you know how you are related. So what we did was that, after getting these papers, let us see whether farmers know or not actually. Farmers already know the solution, why should we should build the system. So we did some field study. We took 100 farmers. You see how to do the real research. We took about 200 farmers to the cotton crop and rice crop, saying that tell the problem. Whatever you come, you tell the problem. So we filled this form. We collected observation by the farmers, whatever farmers tell. We assume that farmers knows everything. Then we showed these photographs to agriculture scientists. We found out that all farmers only listing perceptions. None of them were crop problems. Leaves are having holes, curling, downward curling, upward curling, all these things. Leaves are reddening, spots on balls, ball cracking. With this, no pesticide vendor will give you pesticide actually. You have to tell the name of the problem. Okay? All the rice problems are categorized into only 7 types. Reddening of leaves, stem is black, all those things. So, we understood that. But if you show the agricultural scientist, he is able to identify. Why? He has got BSc agriculture, MSc agriculture, he has got some domain knowledge. Why agricultural scientist, I will tell you. But overall, we got perception that farmer identifies the crop problem with general visual appearances. Agricultural scientist maps a problem into collection of specialized visual appearances. For example, with this, I think with next few slides, I will finish my talk. Suppose farmer visiting the cotton crop. He saw it is a leaf curl. Okay? For the farmer, it is a leaf curl. For agricultural scientist, it can be a white fly, it can be aphid, it can be thrips, it can be mealybug, jacid, leaf curl virus, zinc deficiency. Why? Because white fly, agricultural scientist seeing leaf curling, presence of insects, one, insect color white. Again also, you see, he is seeing insect small and white flying, this perception. He is seeing this and taking a decision, and he is seeing this, insect color black and taking aphids. So each perception, each disease has unique symptom for 90%. The another observation is that the idea came that can we pose these features as a question to the farmer, whether they will say yes or no. We don't know at that time. If farmer will say yes, then we have a solution. Then our team has developed this hierarchy. Another thing, generalization, specialization we applied. And we visited hundreds of villages. We found out that farmers are easily answering these questions. Then we refined. This is the basic logic. So, features are converted to questions. Those questions I shown you, all the feature level questions. Okay? So, being semi-literate, farmer is able to identify the generalized visual perceptions of the crop. Low-level visual perceptions of the field problems of a given crop can be collected from subject matter specialists, agricultural scientists. Crop Darpan contains hierarchy of visual symptoms. And Crop Darpan helps the farmer to identify field problem by confirming the corresponding low-level perceptions obtained agro-advice. This is the Crop Darpan app. We continuously refined about 5 versions, revisions, and all. Finally, hierarchy, multiple questions per screen. First was single question per screen. It's going too deep. Well, let us develop multiple perceptions. It gave a lot of flexibility, multiple questions per screen. Within 3 or 4 questions, mostly 3, few or 4, we are able to identify a problem. Any of the 30 cotton problems can be identified. Any of the 37 rice problems can be identified. Now, chilies, we are developing, not added slide. Any of the 50 problems, chili increase the problems now. It is under testing stage. This is a demo already done. I think this is done. This is the kind of diagrams, how the path. For example, you code a leaf question, discoloration leaf, spots on leaves. It can go any path. Finally, he has to confirm white spots on the leaves to determine the leaf mite. These are some of the interesting curves we developed. What is the difference between crop and existing apps? Existing apps are machine learning, probabilistic based. Everybody knows. It's a probability. Okay. And difficult for the farmer to, farmer is not a photographer, and photography is a skill. Okay. Photography is a skill. That's why when you want to take a photograph, you go to photo studio. Isn't it? It is a skill. Farmer can open photograph, difficult to classify. So, a lot of people are appreciating. Some Professor Vijay Mahajan, I explained to him, he said that, how you solve this problem? He said that, very impressive solution kind of thing. A lot of people solve it. It can be scaled to all the crops, all the farmers, regions, countries, location specific, personalized, language specific, dialectic specific also we can make it. We want to extend to 100 crops of India, 25 languages. Things are going on now. Thank you. This system is able to help poor, marginal and illiterate farmers. If we implement
and train every farmer, it can create a next green revolution. That's what I think. Thank you very much. This is the last slide. Other slides are there. Thank you. So if you have any questions, I can take a question. One or two questions I can take, or you can send me an email. I want you to criticize the app. Use the app and send strong criticism. Show me that it will not work. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, fuzzy we can extend. Oh, it is. Yeah, yeah, I understand your question. When I'm asking a question, I'm assuming that farmer knows the answer 100% probability, yes. Ah, system side. Okay, okay. Ah. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thank you. We have got a question, one question on smell. So he's saying that farming, sometimes you get a smell from the farm. So we are asking question, are you getting that kind of smell? Then it is kind of disease. Yeah, these questions are given by agriculture scientists. Professor Jayashankar, Telangana Agriculture University. Whatever they give, I take. Yeah, yeah. Now for chili crop, I'm collaborating with Konda Lakshman Bapuji, Horticulture University. So they are providing me all these questions. I had about 100 meetings with them, scientists. They have to understand my logic, no? Hierarchy. They don't know all this terminology, agriculture experts. They don't know this questioning. So, and advices are given by Vice Chancellor, approved on the staff and officially, because these are going public, no? Okay? Yeah, tell me. It requires what you are saying correct, capacity building. So what we are thinking is that it requires not that capacity building. I explained you 2 minutes, but at least half an hour we have to explain. The idea is that go in a vehicle, have a farmers meeting every village, and just spend half an hour and go on. That must be required. Otherwise, the farmer cannot, because there's a lot of difference we don't know and know actually. If I explain crop dharma, you understood it. Otherwise, it's very difficult for you to crack that. And it can be done actually. Okay? Okay, thank you. What? So you are saying multiple problems, no? You have to use the app 2 times actually. Yes, yes. So you know the one path. Next. Yeah, yeah. So multiple problems simultaneously, the options are increasing. Combination increase. So current advice is that you have to use the app 2 paths because you don't follow the path. You already followed the path. Second path is giving different result. You are facing 2 problems. Second path is also giving same result. You are facing same problem. That is my answer now. We are addressing that problem. This is the first version. Lot of things have to be done now. We have to put videos in every question, images in every question. Lot of things have to be done. This is a basic version, workable version. The interesting thing is that can be deployed. Based on a feedback, we have to improve. He said na, in the previous talk, feedback. Based on feedback by... Yeah.
జింక్ డెఫిషియెంట్ వచ్చినా కూడా ఎల్లో కలర్ అనే అవుతుంది సార్. అండ్ ఫాస్ఫరస్ డెఫిషియెంట్ ఉన్నా కూడా సేమ్ లీఫ్ అనేది ఎల్లో కలర్ అనే వస్తుంది.
చూడు మరి phosphorus deficiency. I don't know. You are asking us a question supposed to be answered. So you see, my app is there and everything. Go to phosphorus and zinc. You go to right side. All the perceptions are written there. Okay? How they handled, I don't know actually. Okay? No, it was tested by Agriculture University officially. Officially, Agriculture University gave me one implementation feedback and I gave a training to 650 agriculture extension officers officially by Department of Telangana. Approved by CEO. Yeah. We explain the logic only. We explain the logic to them. We will ask them, list of the crop problems. Identify all the perceptions of each problem. Then what is generally parent-child kind of thing. Third session. In this way, you have to sit with them. Yeah. Yeah. Endi? I told you, explain image-based systems are probabilistic, okay? And farmer is not an expert to capture the image as required by app. For example, in the eye, you take eye, nothing is changing. You take thousands of images. Medical systems, image-based systems are successful because nothing is changing. Your brightness is not changing. Your height is not changing. Nothing is changing. You can capture features. But in the open environment, there's a light, different kind of cameras, different kind of smartphones. System can easily faulted. And that's always okay, but it is not impossible, kada? You can't have one of the 37 problems you have to detect. One of the aphids, jacids, but this one. But the question is that, your educated farmer should be able to use it actually. That's what agriculture scientist does. I have not done any new thing. I simulated agriculture scientist in the app. When he goes to crop, you will see that. For example, farmer calls agriculture scientist. What is the question agriculture scientist will ask? Oh, leaf problem nada, stem problem nada. That's only he asks. Then he say, oh, leaf ఏ రకమైన రంధ్రాలు ఉన్నాయి. Okay, this might be your problem. Same thing, call centers. I simulated agriculture scientist in the app. We are using the same paradigm, physical paradigm. This is just in absence of agriculture expert is with the farmer. Okay, and image-based system somebody builds, I am welcome. You can compare both. What is the problem? What is the issue? So if somebody build image-based system, you can compare with this system and that system. Okay, there is no complement. Everything is complementary. If you are capable, you build image system. Come and let us compare both systems actually. Okay, I challenge you build image-based systems. No problem. The question is that we need several such systems. Farmers should have option and compare. Okay? But this does not load cloud, does not send photograph. For example, you have a fingerprint, Aadhaar. How many comparisons it is making, do you know? Create a new Aadhaar. It has to compare with every Aadhaar fingerprint of all over India to create new Aadhaar. How much CPU burning? If you send an image, what is the impact on environment? You are not computing all those things. And imagine all the farmers send images. How many GPUs should run? Just leave it to you. And what is the training data you have to collect? Machine learning training data for 37 problems. Each problem, for all varieties, you have to collect all the images and label them. You understand this? Then what is the load? You can't imagine. You have to run supercomputer for that. Okay? These are the complications. So let us have a simple solution, workable solution, scalable solution. Easy to use, And interpretable, this is mostly interpretable. Explainability, he said, no? Explainability, everything is, and explainability, farmer knows why system is giving answer. Question and answer, decision tree kind of thing. If image-based system gives answer, it doesn't know why it is giving. All the advantages are there. Of course, that single advantage, single click may not be there. Yeah. Multiple results. Plant image, no. You have to go to leaf level only. You have to go to leaf level. Single plant, high resolution, how can system will give? System is, you are not worked on visual information processing actually, computer vision. They require very specific actually. You have to label them. Okay, labeling is a huge task now. Good. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for a very lively session. And I hope it is very useful for all of us because agriculture is our main occupation. And I also belong to an agriculture family. So I think it is, we can make use of these apps and we can also.
In the villages. It's useful now. You have crops now. Rice crop is there, chili crop is there, cotton crop is ending. Anyway, next is the rice crop. Send it to each of your villages farming group. Huh?
We'll definitely make use of these apps, sir. And
collect the feedback from the farmer.
Sure, sir.
Let me know if some farmer doesn't like it.
Now I invite Dean CSE, Dr. G. Vishnumurthy, sir, to felicitate our speaker. I also invite Dr. C.R. Rao, sir, onto the dais, please.
Everything is available. Website cropdarpan.com, you can go and visit. App is available. And everything is open. Nothing is secret. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, this one.
Now we'll be dispersing to our respective locations based on the tracks. Track number 1 participants will be moving to A block 105. So the paper IDs are 322, 311, 326, 356 and 296. I repeat, the paper IDs are 322, 311, 326, 356 and 296. We'll be moving on to A block 105. Right? Yeah. Track 2, paper numbers are, paper IDs, sorry, 2, 357, 360 and 221. They will be moving to A block A block conference room. Right? Track 3, few page. Track 3, which is an online session, the paper IDs are 278, 320, 285, 340 and 338. G block auditorium. G block seminar hall. Track 4, participants will remain here. Yeah, please disperse and move to your locations accordingly. Any clarifications you can.
మీరు 3.
ఇటు వచ్చేసేయాలా సార్ దగ్గరికి విజయలా మేడం వస్తున్నారా? రండి 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 రండి
అంతే సార్ అంతే మీరు
మ్యామ్ అటు వచ్చేస్తే
అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేసాము.